All right. Welcome back, everybody and fellas. Um, we're going to just get cracking here. I did have everybody's aspirations, what they wanted to do, sort of a thing we're adding. I just think it's a good goal orienting thing to make you feel less lost in it. Give an idea what we're talking about. I'm ever on the lookout for things that can make me better, make us better, things run better. And I really feel that answer is more than I think all STs know that the players drive everything, right? You're the focus. However, I think players forget that. And often you get felt that you're bombarded, right? That every opportunity to do something is somehow stacking up a plate, right? That's the myth. Often it's not. It's just opportunity for story to get in and what have you, and players forget and things cycle through. Interesting enough, when you think of the thought of aspirations, you can use those as tools to help you stay focused and move forward session to session. So letting you guys know what we have going on. This also answers the question we had before. Guys, do you script anything? No, I don't have time to do that. Meaning, let me define that. I think if you script a game, you're really not having fun in it. At that point, it's a show more than is people just having a good time, and that's where we lose it. And we'll end the lecture there. But what we're going to say here, last time where we ended, it was a very interesting Primogen meeting that DJ, that you had just accomplished. I'm going to add accomplished because it seems that you got the attention of a couple folks now. And what I'm going to ask is, anything of that you want to bring light to the coterie? You didn't make a meeting. You guys didn't sit down and talk about anything. You just sort of are operating like that's news for you. What's up, everybody? We kind of got things to get done. But I feel, maybe I'm wrong, that the type of character you made, you're looking to better these other guys, these Sabat that are with you.
Right. Last we spoke, he did bring up the fact that this was an opportunity presented by Primogen Ballard regarding a specific incident that needed to be looked into. Our late, great Mr. Warren has some access to friends of his that might be able to take a look on the digital realm to see if they could start giving us a feed so we could find out the individuals responsible so we could follow up on them. So that was one of the things that we sent off Mr. Warren after.
Well, before we dive into what that is, what I'm saying is we're hashing out between all of us what it is we got going on, make sure we're on solid, right? And you submitted that for me, but I want to make sure I'm on the right spot. You guys feel that these are the things you want. Because little do you know, quite often we work in different directions in the group we're trying to stay cohesive with. And I want to bring this out because you are definitely trying to stay on path, right, for what your character wants to do, but so is everybody else. They got a goal and an objective. And what I want to do is give you guys a chance out of game to learn to connect real quick to see if you can help at all with what you guys are trying to do and accomplish together. Fair? Yeah, absolutely. So what you did is a great start, DJ. So when you mentioned you want to help out do the Primogen thing, right? We're just going to call it that in real simple terms. Does that groove with everybody else? Does anybody else feel out of character? Your character could and might actually help with that. Because we know we presented it. He did bring it in game. But I'll admit, we don't seem to be stacking up to help in that direction. So instead of just navigating where we're going to exist while he goes to accomplish that, do any of you feel that you could help out? Or would want to?
No. I don't think I possess the tools that would be able to help you out in this case, DJ.
DJ, Ramsey is more than willing to... Can y'all hear me? Yes. And to help out. I just don't know how he could at this point.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of where Slappy's at, like you did him a solid, right? So like Sully did Slappy a solid, so he's down. He wants to help the coterie, but he's also not sure exactly. Oh, go ahead.
No, finish. He's not sure exactly.
Yeah, he's kind of on the same path of Ramsey where he's like, I'm a musician. Like, I know music. I know the, ins and outs of the music industry. And that's where I can assist.
So maybe it's because I'm a storyteller. I don't have skin in the game, right? Never, I'm not in your coterie. I represent the world for you. But in a way, I'm also you, right? With your character. I got to help you out with that as well. I'm going to add that I do believe we're missing something here of the conceptions that we have that our characters could do if you had a little focus here. If you wanted to, hear me out. Not saying you have to. I want to give an example. You said that you don't really see how you could help. That's all three of you. Now, Your problem with Ballard is that you have to find out info, right? DJ?
Right.
Okay. And that's the objective known to everybody. Mr. Michelli, you don't think that a Nosferatu could help investigate?
I take that
something like
back. I take that back. I
Okay,
forgot the. Yeah,
hold
I
out
can
there.
help with that.
Right, because I think he could, right? I think we're dodging
Yeah.
a bullet, but do you need to dodge a bullet when you can extend a hand to help out? So we'll pause there. At the same token, it's kind of like Ramsey. All right, you want to get in good, though, with certain individuals. And whether you think Ramsey can help or not, sometimes leaving your heart on the floor and showing that you got all the want to do it is enough. Here's one thing Ramsey knows that you've proven. You can get into places. In fact, you were a scout for the Sabbat. How hard is an amusement park?
Ah, there we go.
Right? It's something you don't know what's out there. You ain't never been, but you can always look. Maybe. Now, why I say that's secondary, because if he's not pushy and you offer, I mean, you never know till you ask, right? That's where I'm at. I also happen to know that you might have an ability to see what happens with that and develop if Brennan wants to. The important thing there, if you feel it's interesting for you to navigate your character in that direction, you could. Perhaps maybe you want to focus more on the violent aspects of dominance play, i.e., you are a supreme hunter, that's beneath you. And I get that. But I also want to see that connection too, if that's what you want to make it. But that's for you to decide. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
And while you're understanding or while you're dealing with that, you say you're just a musician. And that's true, but you're a musician who happens to be a Bruja with some deep connections. You got a club owner that you now just recently established with that could be a potential in. Your associates at the club, right? I mean, you hang out at a place. Let me just say it. You've been to Red Number 5, right? Didn't leave a great impression, but that's not like you don't have a means within your scene, because that is your scene, to talk to any number of people if anybody knows anything about what he's talking about. So in this, I'm just giving an example that we often think, can you personally solve the problem, right? That's what it seems like maybe we think that someone's asking when they say we got a task in front of us. Like maybe you're hearing DJ say, hey, anybody can help me solve this? And you're saying, nah, I could, not on my own. That might be true, not on your own, but this is a little at a time, right? So, but that's just me. It could be you don't care to. That's fine as well. Now, I went through all that just so you know that whenever I ask you, are you sure you don't want to do anything with it? When you say no, it lets the player know in coterie, I don't care what you have going on. Right? And that's how DJ needs to play off of it. But I feel that maybe he felt that maybe you don't understand, or maybe you felt that you couldn't help out and didn't understand. Does that make sense? All right. So I'm just going to say it. With all that laid on the table, honest answers, your character, your control. I just want to make sure. Mr. Michelli, you said you're singing a different tune.
No, yeah, I'm singing a different tune now that I realized. Yeah, I'll absolutely be able to help out and would contribute towards that.
Okay, so we're going to hold there. So we're going to let that be a scene, because it's not a slam dunk. He can still screw up that opportunity with you, right? I want to leave that there. What about Brennan?
I can go check out the amusement park if that is, we can see if something is helpful there.
Okay.
Is within, that's not even something I even considered.
Which is fine, right? It happens. You're not a hunting. Brennan's not a hunter for the Sabbat, right? So it's or ex Sabbat, or however you want to see it. What about you, Bernardo?
I mean, yeah, I would beforehand, Slappy would connect with Sully to find out exactly, what needs to be done, because he wants to meet with Mr. Crabtree, the owner of the Blue Velvet anyway. So he's like, yo, I can try, see what he knows, try and get the scoop. Like,
what we'll do here is we're going to say, to make it in scene, you guys meet once again at the Blue Velvet. It's the easiest, right? One, you can feed there, right? You have a membership that allows you to be there, and you have a private booth you can be at. Why wouldn't you guys meet somewhere to be seen, to be in the scene, and have the class to show that you can get along in the environment? It's part of the rehab thing that you were trying to show everybody, Sully. So with that being said, you guys sit at a booth at a table. For argument's sake, whatever your favorite vintage happens to be is in front of you, because it is possible, and maybe that doesn't scare you, it would me a little bit, that he's able to give you it's wine glasses filled, it's blood, it's flavored blood, and you're able to enjoy it a little bit, obviously every bit. It's a little disturbing they bring it in on glasses. For Ramsey, it should be, for both of you really, for you and
Warren?
Michelli, I want to point out that the Sabatas to take it from the source, direct. It's more violent, where this is more refined. These people really believe they're humans, and that somehow putting it in a glass makes it different. Where it really just puts it on stage, right? Prolongs it. It kind of, in a way, dehumanizes it. I know it's not very humane to do it, but at least you're prey screaming and fighting for their life when you choose to hunt them down. They had a chance. This in a cup, just like people feel about chickens, you can see that about humans, right?
Yes.
But that's where we will be. We're going to pretend, Ms. Sullivan, you just rehash this conversation again, and I'll let you open it and start, but that's where we're going to be at.
Right. So with the wine glass in front of him, he'll kind of smile to everyone. He's like, cheers, gents. He's like, this is privilege at its best. You wouldn't believe how much I had to pay for this, but that's neither here nor now. And he'll take a look at his glass before taking a sip. So, as I was mentioning to you before, the situation, this particular opportunity regarding, well, the primogen, so to speak, he needs it we need to figure out the source. What he'll do afterwards is, well, that's up to him. We may or may not have a part 2 to kind of work out with that. However, I feel this is going to be a great thing for all of us. Makes our names come up in the light. We could work off of that, and might actually also help us out with the situation that you've got, Ramsey, with that Giovanni guy.
That would, yeah.
Does anyone see a downside to this?
Doesn't seem like we do, Sully.
I mean,
Go ahead, Brennan. You had that look on your face for a second as you paused.
Doesn't seem like we do, Sully. We need to look. I'm on a bit of a timetable, like we've already discussed. So this helps us move faster than you just tell me what you need. Probably a little bit different, Sully, to note. You're not sure why, because Ramsey hasn't said yet. He's wearing a suit to the blue velvet. It's the one that KJ actually supplied to him and Warren for like a couple of months back. Seems as though he's he's no longer favoring his typical like heavy winter attire that he was wearing here.
He'll raise a brow at that. He's like, "You going on a date or something?"
He'll like kind of like tug on the lapels of his suit. I'm fitting in, Sully.
He'll look over to Slappy without another word. Your thoughts?
Slappy's just, he's holding the wine glass in his hand and like kind of like swishing it around and taking sips. And he's just like, I ain't see no problem, right? You know, get a favor done for, and he like looks around, for Ballard, this looks good on us. I need a little clout in my life. I need some respect, Sullivan, I feel like no one really respects like me and us as like a whole.
Well, we'll have to work on that. He'll clear his throat and he'll place the glass in front of him for a moment before kind of leaning in. He's like, to be honest, gents, I'm not going to lie to you. You should be fucking scared. And the reason I tell you that is because if you don't respect what kind of like situation we're in, that's what's going to kind of get you on low. Kind of the same way when we think that when we're hungry, you have to do something and you kind of get complacent about it. Anytime you're closing any type of deal, that's when the tensions are the highest. This isn't a small request that's being made from us. It's a matter to see whether or not we actually have the resources to make it happen. And if we don't, well, I tell you, I got to bust out them platinum knee pads and make sure I have to do what I have to do to keep our heads above water. Question is, what do you guys have to bring to the table here? Because hopefully we could get this done in a timely fashion. That's my biggest hope, is we could get this done, hopefully no less than maybe 2 nights or so, because the clock is still ticking on Ramsey here, which also means it ticks on us because we're all in it together.
All right, give me a charisma leadership after that startup, which I think is great, as you're trying to talk to everybody. However, those involved, this is Brennan and Bernogle here. Slappy and Ramsey have a bit of understanding when it comes to politics. How about we make that possible here with your Wits politics role? For all involved, you guys have a threshold of 2.
Okay.
Hunger does matter. Please include that in the roll. All right. For Sullivan, after your speech is done and everybody's engaged, they're clearly eating out of your hand. They're paying attention. They're engaged. Must have been the part where you talked about, well, either you having to bust out platinum knee pads, which is stellar detail, or the fact that they need to pay attention because it's dangerous. Both of them kind of, more than pay attention. You even see that it's almost like you can feel the beast is eating out of your hand here as this is a threat they have to be aware of. In a case, for everybody else, your willpower will be restored. For Sullivan, everybody else involved gets 1 willpower for those lacking in somewhere by my count, but that should keep everybody in the up and up where we're at, as it serves to rejuvenate everybody, honing your purposes. However, Ramsey, you're not real certain what he's saying here. I understand that we failed here at the moment. It's up to you if you wish to maybe use that willpower to re-roll some dice.
I will. The knee pad comment is kind of distracting. Like, what does he mean by that? But maybe he can see through his distractions. Let's try this auto reroll button. Hey, I like that.
All right. So for both ends, for you, Ramsey, it's a simple slam dunk. There are times that you've had to pay attention to when the pack is to do something. They say it's this, and it means something entirely, and you're trying to gauge the angle. Where you may not know politics, you know the angle from an elder. If this is a guy he went to that somehow someone approved something to, this is a problem, but it doesn't seem it was done publicly, which means someone has dirt on him. It feels like you might be taking care of a problem they don't want brought to light. They're not asking you to just look into it. They're asking you to bury it and all involved. You know that clearly. For Slappy, you've been around drama, right? You're in the club scene. That kind of goes part and parcel. This is definitely some apple polish, get the golden apple on the teacher's table, and I want to get notice here. You know that this isn't for you. Sullivan's working it like this is for the coterie, but really it's for him. If he can do this is all going to get to him. You need to get something out of this for you, though. Not to say you maybe feel that if I help Sullivan now, he'll help me later. It's perfectly fine. But this is the insight your character has to the situation. Do take into account Ramsey's perspective about serving an elder. You get that as well. You're not going to get anywhere if you don't help people moving up. And that's the idea. And so this is that opportunity too. But you need Ballard to know you were involved for that to really be something for you.
Lappy will, he'll finish off the wine glass and he'll set it on the table. He'll scratch at his beard and run his fingers through it before looking at Sullivan, and then he'll look at the sky almost like cockeyed and then say, "What's in it for old Slappy, though?" When you really
want respect, right?
Yeah, I want respect, but this is for you with Ballard, right? Slappy didn't talk to Ballard. You talked to Ballard.
You are right. How about this, buddy? Let's put it to you this way. And he'll lean in. He's like, think of it like a producer. He's got deep fucking pockets. All right. You have his backing in any way, shape, or form. Even if he winks at you, even if he just threw like cigar ashes your ways. And believe you me, I've seen people I've heard stories about their mouths becoming ashtrays. Different story altogether. The point is, this guy's got clout. Clout is good, especially if I could bring him to you. You want a meeting with him? I could probably have it happen. Granted, that's going to be a little bit. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You want it? I'll make it happen. I owe you.
Slappy will smile and then just lean in close to kind of meet Sullivan's gaze. And he'll just give a big toothy grin and he'll say, "All right, you better make sure that Ballard knows I helped with this. That's all I want."
I got you. We can make this happen.
To that end, and it's up to you, Slappy, if you want to resist. If you want to resist the roll I'm going to call out, it involves awe. We'll do a resolve composure to see if your beast would put the polish on it. Because whether you realize it or not, your player just made an edict. Would you agree?
Yeah.
You
I
subtly
agree.
did it, but the beast knows dominance. And here, it's going to apply that in a very subtle way. So if you're going to do that, go ahead and add your presence dice in with a charisma. And I'm going to say this is going to be... I'm not going to say it's straight up persuasion. This is more of almost a command. It's leadership for you. Difficulty here is not relevant. It's how well it takes. We'll see if you have to roll it all, Sully, here in a second.
So that's charisma, leadership, presence.
You got it.
Okay.
Wow. That is called crushing what we got going on. To help you out, DJ, what this feels like to Sullivan is it's very heavy what he says. You were thinking you were dealing with a guy who might have been just a nightclub player. Sure, he does music, but for a while, it's like he's a piece you can move. And he kind of felt that. And maybe he played to that for a little bit. And you guys did help him in a bind last time, but now something's different. What he just levied to you, you kind of feel like you have to act on it.
Right.
Like it makes sense. He's asking, that's what it is. You don't got a choice. However, for you to apply Sullivan's natural inclination, he ain't the only one to be smooth at talking. You can try to chisel out from under it, but I'm going to be honest. Right now, it feels to Sullivan, you could see him now. You're dealing with an equal. This isn't somebody looking up to you. This is somebody looking at you eye to eye.
Right.
If you wish to contest that, we can do so.
I do not wish to contest that. If anything, it bolsters Sullivan to know that he has someone competent on his team.
Okay, so that's no willpower damage there, which is what that risk gets, right? Because what would happen if you tried to resist it and failed? He's forcing you to do it. This is in cahoots. This is what you want. Please resume.
Good. So I think we have that under belt. I mean, we could get that started. Question is, where do we start? Now, I'm going to tell you, I got a couple of things on the table that I could work with. If it's a location, especially if it's a nice location, I could pull a couple of strings, specifically real estate as well. There's a couple, I'm not going to say bodies, but there's a couple of things that I've taken care of in the past for other people. And sometimes I've hooked up other people as well. That's kind of how I move back and forth. I've got other people that I could kind of work with as well, usually because I'm also a professional and he'll clear his lapel life coach. I help people get to where they have to be and I make them their best selves. Kind of like what I do with you, except I fucking lie to them. Not that I'm not lying to you guys, but I'm trying to get you to be your best person too. See what I'm kind of doing there? This is what I'm trying to help you out with. But that's what I have to offer right now. Thing about it, though, is I don't know where particularly to start with this one. Considering everything that I mentioned last night, I'm wondering what you folks have to bring to the table, and we could probably start.
What places are involved? Where did this happen? Something happened that's being swept under the rug, but where did it happen?
That's a good question. Bob, out of character, I forgot specifically where it happened, if only
You
because
recall
of
the
video.
scene when he played for you on the tablet. What went on? You saw the signs for where it is. It was Great America. You know, you recognize it immediately. Being from Illinois area, the Six Flags is everywhere. You can't escape it. You can't. To give you guys a perspective, you can't go to a grocery store and buy a can of soda, Pepsi or Coke, without seeing advertisements in the summer for discount prices at Six Flags. It's so popular. Oh, and remember the ride. It was the American Eagle. I'll show you photos in a second, but I'm positive you probably already looked it up. We'll get there. We'll see if you go. We'll figure it out.
He'll snap his fingers and he'll mention it. Great America is the location, gentlemen. That's what we're taking a look at. The ride itself, where this indiscretion kind of happened, was the American Eagle, which may or may not stand for something. Kind of gives you, well, it's not a pretty sight no matter how you cut it. For the record, I tried, all right? I actually tried to get some of the evidence so I could actually share it with you guys, but let's just say it's probably better off that I'm just describing what we got. If anything, us piecing it together without that evidence only shows how resourceful we can be.
So Sully, just lay it on the table for me right now. What exactly is our goal in this situation?
We need to find who the source is. Now, prior to executing on the source, Mr. Ballard, of course, being who he is, may want to engage with the culprit before actually making a move. So right now, info is primary key. With the big man, the Primogen says, we take different action, we'll negotiate something else differently.
Okay, so we need to figure out who's offing people in this park.
I wouldn't say offing people as much more as it is who's trying to blackmail the Primogen regarding it. There's what we're looking for is just, how do I put this to you? Incriminating evidence regarding specifically Mr. Ballard.
Oh, I see now.
Slappy's gonna take a napkin, like from the like that his wine glass was under, and he's just gonna write like D, it's Slappy, and like hold it, and then like wait for a waitress to come by, and then
What's unique about this, remember where you're at in the Blue Velvet. You're up top in the VIP area where there was like 5 booths that are done stylishly. What I mean by that, full privacy. You can pull a drape across. You got enough spacing for it. Very much bottle service type area. You could see over the rail and see what else is going on. For when they have live performances, it's the real deal. However, there's a bar up here where there is a bartender who waits on these booths specifically, but he doesn't move. He's up there, busy working probably, but you would have to go to get his attention. It's all designed for you to be left alone in your business.
Gotcha. So Slappy will take the note with him, and he'll like kind of knock on the table, and he'll be like, "I'll get us started, gents," and then start walking over.
The bartender will simply see you walking over and is at your rapt attention. He'll meet you closest to the bar where you're walking up, and he gets something for you, sir.
And then Slappy will smile and be like, "I need to talk with Mr. Crabtree. Let him know it's Slappy. He'll want to talk to me."
Well, Mr. Slappy, I'm aware that you want that. You could just use his number.
Man, why you gotta do me like that though?
Of course, I'll let him know. He'll take it in turn. Like immediately, doesn't even question it. Like you had your reasons is more or less what you said. We know what happened. But he'll just grab it like, oh, absolutely, I'll hand deliver this. And he'll turn and he will head downstairs.
Slappy will like lean against the bar and like look at the rest of the coterie and just smile real smooth like nothing fucked up just happened and just
Ramsey will raise that wine glass to you and take a sip.
The blood is important. And I would say it's opportunity for you, Sully. You have the etiquette. Were you trying to deliver a message at all? Let's understand blood vitae filing amongst kindred, particularly amongst Ventrue. And as you said, you were traditionally braised, so you have an idea to understand of how to behave in certain circles. It's whether or not these guys are worth it to you. When Ventrue get amongst to each other to show their largesse, all that they have, they try to target and anticipate the needs of pleasure for their guests arriving. So the more important guests, the more difficult they are to figure out, ironically, because you know that you can play on etiquette if they're beneath you. If you're greater, right, and dignitas and what have you, your lessers will accept whatever they're given, scraps off the table. However, they're more important than you, you would pay a wealth to understand that you were setting off at the right foot because that determines your career going forward, right? You're forever, if you will, in the eyes of them, especially if it relates to your elders or you for it within the clan, excuse me. That being the case, were you trying to give a different flavor or were you simply, and there's a line here you can do, without having to roll, you'll know they can drink what you drink. Now, this is very subtle. They may get and understand that they're enjoying what you consider to be good, but it's a drink amongst equals then. If you're trying to establish that they're beneath you, and you may think it's subtle, but this is how the halls of power are played from Clan Venture. You give them something less. And if they drink it without question, you know they're beneath you. They confirm it by drinking in silence.
Taking a quick look at my convictions for a moment to give me an idea. he will attempt to see whether or not they'll notice a difference. So he'll serve them a different drought, so to speak.
All right. What's your type? You're a vamp. Help me out. What is your Ventru enjoy?
My Ventru rather enjoys feeding from those that are quite ambitious and have nice sanguine resonance. Those go-getters.
To everyone else, what a go-getter tastes like, believe it or not, is perception. It's how it's delivered. From the haughtiness of the cup, from what you guys have, it's an uplifting experience. Simply is. There is a drive you could taste in what you have in here, but it's not driven like you experience. And Ramsey, I would argue you don't see it that way. This almost comes across as desperation, is what you're tasting. You remember that. Someone begged for their life once in a roadside you can remember scouting for. It tasted a lot like this. You don't remember. Guy did have a suit, though, and there was a "My Name Is" tag on there that you can recall. Maybe this is a similar situation. Maybe Sullivan is a little more different than you thought. Nah, they wouldn't have. No, somebody probably donated this out of a bag. It's a random crapshoot. It's that type of feel. Yes, I might drink again. Who knows? Would your character care so much, being Nosferatu, Mr. Michelli, that there's that option? Rod is definitely a military guy where the school of anything goes works. And it's the projection you have from many vampires when they feed, where it is their all and is everything. Let's face it. There's only so many ways you can describe the pleasurable experience before it's just old hat. It's all you live for, yes. But you don't care what nuance it comes in as long as it's that pleasure you need every night.
I would say that it's exactly what the mindset Rot would go through. Whatever satisfies the need in the moment.
Ramsey plays with his drink for Sullivan. It's someone who sips, kind of rolls around a little bit, will look at the cup, seems disinterested. Interesting what that could mean. However, for Rot, it's a gulp. He gets it, and it's downed, and it's right in front of him. Nods his head, licks his lips, definitely make sure the napkin's folded. There's no blood showing, and puts it on the table. He's careful, but he's a down-to-earth type. Without having to ask, your jam player, because he's been talking to you the whole time, it's like you both are locked in a subtle game. Where you may sip and have refinement and relax, he's someone who's actually smelling the blood, right? Like a sommelier might, checking it out, takes it in sips, and yeah, it's all right, it's good. Slappy, it's a show. You know that everything you do as an entertainer, everyone's watching you. And you do it with a smoothness. You're not revealing that you're super excited about it, but you're definitely not downplaying it. Why? It's the ladies that do it for you most often than not. And that's reserved for private time. You'll let them know how tasty they are. But this right here, it's promising. It's somebody you know is going places. You can feel that, and you appreciate it. But how does this affect the mood of the outcome? Should be everything. This is often the subtlety that gets missed sometimes of where it goes. For everybody involved, this is rock solid coterie. You're provided for, kind of have an agenda going on. But I want to bring up, that's Sullivan's business. That's what he has going on, and everybody has that. Do any of you three have something that you want? Well, you're already working on it right now, Slappy, actually. It's kind of in cahoots with Sullivan. For the other two, for Ramsey in particular, you might have something a little different that you need to accomplish, but by no means would I say it's something that you wouldn't need help on or wouldn't ask for.
Like you were saying, Sully, he'll say that as he pushes the glass just a little bit farther into the table. I still need help with Millennium when this is done. Primogen Hernandez can help us, but like you know, I've got a reputation. I might need someone. What'd you say you were for us? An agent, a manager,
Public relations? Yeah.
I might need your help or some pointers to get her to listen.
Okay. I could definitely take a look at that for you. One thing I am going to tell you, though, I don't know too much about the Gangrel because it's not like they have any real presence in the city anymore, not for quite some time. I could I could take a look at it. Do you have an idea of what she's like, or do you just want me present? Up to you what you want to do.
You being there, I don't think would be good.
Got it.
She hates lupines. Hates them.
And with that, DJ, you can give me a intelligence politics roll. It's a threshold of 3.
Got it. Intel politics.
In 1 second, DJ, please don't hit that enter button.
Will do.
Because you're slick at this build here. We're going to go ahead and include your lore sheet rating.
Okay.
For that, I think that's imperative. And you have fame. Your threshold is 2, sir.
Okay.
Awesome. Here's what's going on. He mentioned her, and he's not aware that she's not a Primogen. Can't be. There is a position of someone who is Primogen. You remember her called Inyaga, and it was very terrifying. Nobody knows what happened to her. The Gangrel were almost unanimously left the Camarilla once upon a time, but apparently he didn't get the memo. Spot apparently doesn't know shit about their enemy. And we know that certain Gangrels stayed around. It was like basically they reserve the right to determine if they're supporting it or not. However, not that different from Bruja these days, right? Seems a similar bent had happened. However, the flip of this is him not knowing might be an advantage or a disadvantage based on if you feel he needs to know. I want to add this, though. You recall her being important still at Elysium, still sitting at the table, as you know to refer to it lovingly, I should say. And whatever reason, she weighs in and speaks for the Gangrel, from what you understand. But you don't think that clan, or really, you don't think the social strata of the Camarilla can support what the clan sees themselves, i.e., Gangrel politics probably aren't politics. It's more of clan relation. And she's just like the focal point, the ambassador, if you will. You think it was called whip back in the day, but you don't think the Gangrel ever would let themselves be called a whip.
Got it. He'll clear his throat as he pours himself another glass. He's like, so I got to clarify a couple of things for you. It may come as a shock to, well, not so much you, Slappy, because you've been here long enough, but specifically to you two. And he'll point over at Rot and Ramsey. He's like, who you're looking after, she's not a Primogen. There was at one point someone named Inyaga, but after the whole shit fest that happened a couple of years ago, Gangrel really don't have too much of a spot here. Not to say they don't exist. I have seen her. Don't get me wrong. I have seen her, but she acts more like a liaison between any Gangrel that are still within the city and the big man himself. So does she have some clout? Yeah, definitely. She's known within the city because at least I remember her. So that's got to mean something, right? But she definitely isn't top dog here. So I just want to give you that so that you have an idea of who it is that you're dealing with. That way, in case she tries to fuck you over, you at least know how many chips you got to put on the table. Do you understand what I'm saying?
He just kind of squints at you. Top dog, not a Primogen.
Jesus, you're like a model. You look better when you just wear the suit and say nothing at all. All right, man.
Well,
help me out here.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
I need you to give me what's called a resolved composure there, Ramsey.
We will see.
We're dealing with a different animal here, I think, Mr. Sullivan.
Hey, what's my
Serious smack
difficulty?
talk.
2? Just 2.
Oh, just 2. That's great with my pool of 4. Holy shit.
This has got to be proof that he's moving forward. When you're like, you got to be, the insult's levied real quick and you're doing it with humor, right? You rib your friends. You forget this guy doesn't understand what it is to be human. He understands what it is to mimic being human. And when you say that, his eyes squint, you see his teeth do their classic coming down like he's about to bear them. And instead he comes across in a snarl that he bites away and then looks at you again. And he looks down for the briefest of moments. And there's that tension where you feel this table might erupt. He's probably coming over the top of it. Shitty as a Gangrel. And then you're like, you smile, right? Sullivan's the only thing you can do. You're like, I'm a friend, buddy. And you see him just going, right. And it's like he suddenly remembers, and that be still nature of his is gone.
He'll he'll adjust his tie a second as he pours Ramsey another glass himself, and he'll cautiously move it towards Ramsey as he kind of leans in next to him. He's like, "Listen, all right, I get it. Right? It's just it's perception. How you got to take a look at it."
Important. Did you move your glass in towards Ramsey? Just FYI.
Yeah.
Is that what I heard you say?
Right.
Ramsey clearly offered, like, it's an apology of any sorts, whether he realized it or not. His beast felt instinctually to slide food over to you to make up for the comment. And please resume your talking, Sullivan. Where you think I'm just making room to lean in.
He
Right.
will lean over as you're talking, and he'll take the glass and he'll move it really close, like almost to the edge of the table of him. He doesn't take a sip of it, at least not yet.
So, knowing that, all I'm trying to tell you is she's not of a high enough rank. She's not a Ballard. You have wiggle room to work with. Just know what it is that you have to work with. If you need resources, you got us to count on it. But I don't know if she's going to need the same resources that you gangrel types like. I'm sorry, I'm not well versed in you guys. If you come out of this and you teach me something out of it, we'll figure it out.
He'll kind
sit
of
back on his
look
chair.
up and like to the left as if he's thinking for something for a little bit. Silver powder and wolfsbane. Those I know she uses. But that's for
I mean,
after
yeah,
the-
you watch any horror movie and that's being used. Does that actually work?
Silver and wolfsbane, yes. There was
Okay.
she's not the first lupine hunter another time.
Well, I look forward to that other time. But how are we going to handle it in the now?
In the now, I'm going to Great America. So, Slappy, I need that pin.
Slappy will reach into his vest pocket and pull out like his pen, and he'll like start to hand it over and then pull it away and be like, I seriously, I need this back though.
Oh.
And then he'll hand it back.
Ramsey just takes one of the napkins and he writes at the top, Great America, and then there's a big line, American Eagle. And then he'll slide the pin back and he'll tuff the napkin into like the breast pocket of the jacket, so it looks like it's like a handkerchief or the what do you call it? Except it's a napkin
In a suit
sticking out of the
jacket?
breast pocket.
Yeah, like a coat. I know what you're talking about. Like one of those, a pocket square.
Yes, there we go.
There you go. Clearly, Brandon's the most sophisticated of all of us.
For the interim, Slappy, you will hear the bartender who you saw from his Aaron clears throat. He's about 15 feet away, but it's you barely notice him come up because, again, he's not a threat, and you're used to him being here. For all of you, that's what happens. When there's somebody near you that's harmless, you get used to their scent. They're allowed to be there. This is very much how they go unnoticed. And but when he clears his throat, draws your attention, Slappy, he'll look to you and just gesture down the steps, and he'll begin walking.
Slappy will look at the rest of them and be like, you'll excuse me, boys. I got a very important meeting to attend to. And he'll stand up and before he walks out, he'll look at Sullivan and he'll be like, anything else you want? Any other details I'm missing here?
No. I mean, that's pretty much it. If there's anything you could draw from it, that'd be the best.
I got you, boy. And then he'll start walking with him.
Very intense guy. We'll do that in 1 second, Slappy. I want to flip back to Rot here real quick. On this nature of what is discussed, I knew you were up for a little bit. Mr. Michelli, you would have heard him describe Great America as being some place of incident dealing with Ballard. Your character has been here long enough to understand that out there that far, that's Wisconsin. That's not Illinois. and that's a little ways out there. It's not so far that you can't get there. Right? It's Gurney, Illinois, technically, but why you call it Wisconsin is because everybody else does, right? They refer to it as that. Like it's almost for a lot of people from the city closer to them than it is to us. Is sort of the mentality, and it makes you chuckle. But that's why it's an epicenter. It's like two states pull in and go here all the time for what goes on, and kind of interesting terms there, at least as your character can recall. Weird tourist trap, a lot can happen out there. But then again, you're in a season of COVID. It couldn't have been that busy for what they had going on. And your brain's a churning. At this point, giving you information enough for you to chew on if your character wishes to investigate it or not. Why I'm helping you out more so, it's not that I'm trying to navigate you from your sheet, but we're going to try to use this sheet for what it's worth real quick, okay? What I'm going to do is give you a series of options to kind of help you see, okay, my guy might be able to do something with it, might not, based on what you want to do. So here with just little he's given you, it's up to you if you want to dig further. And what I'm saying is you want more content of info, i.e., maybe he doesn't fully have all the details. Do you think you want to try to find out more details, i.e., Great America itself, if there are any incidents? Did you want to ask around about that? Because you do have connections. Granted, the clan's not really speaking to you. That doesn't say anything about your connections.
Yeah, I'd like to try and pull more information from what I've been overhearing.
Okay. To this end, you're also a person who's really great with animals. That's the other thing I want to point out. If there have been predators that have been out there doing whatever, well, you'd be curious, wouldn't you? They may know more than maybe even the camera picked up. An unsettling nature, things like that, disturbances. Fundamentally, though, there's something that sits uncomfortable for you. They keep talking about this Hernandez knowing of werewolves, and you're kind of joking about the wolves. Well, I'm not joking. It's a legit question. There's something that sits with you. If there's a such thing as werewolves, and he says there is straight up, we've heard enough rumor. Okay. You're a war vet. You've been through it. That's never been good. That's a real kind of I won't call it a forested area. If you want to build a staging ground and be hidden, you'd kind of be out there. Yeah. Right? From out to in terms of looking at the city, it'd be a good place because it's easy to get to and to come back from, depending on how you want to look down into it. And that could be a thing. And finally, I want to add, you do have standing, and Anarchs may be pissed at you, but they're still talking to you. And specifically, there's one Nas that'll still talk to you. Wineka is maybe upset, but it's somebody you haven't called on yet to kind of sort any of this out with you. It's up to you if you choose to, but these are several of the options I'm laying at your feet to go any direction you want with it. Or is Sullivan left to his own on this?
I think I would go to Winnetka.
Okay. Two ways to get a hold of him. You can actually go to Winnetka is one way. And there's an abandoned subway system that he likes to hang out at the hub at. And it's really some bullshit spy stuff he has you do. I do mean cheesily. Like wrap a newspaper and put a message on the inside and go drop it off at this trash basket. Then you got to act like you're walking away a block and you got to wait. Then you get text as to where he is. It's typically in the park that's nearby. And then you walk over there and he appears, right? And typically the phone call's better. But you can go through the spy stuff. That option's up to you. But right here, hearing this continued chatter about whatever they're going to do, you're doing your coterie part. But these are things you can do. It's up to you if you choose to let them know you're going to go looking into it and come back with info, or if you want to say, when I have something, I'll get a hold of you.
I'll tell them. I'm going to go with option B. I'm going to excuse myself. So while you guys are trying to figure out how we're going to explore this great America, I'm going to see what we don't know. I'm going to see if I can find something. You'll hear from me once I find something. He'll exit.
All right. You head through, and because Slappy, you're walking down to it anyway. As you're heading down the steps for both of you, Slappy, you're being brought to this room. You can hear it. There's an uproarious shout, like Parliament broke out in an angry debate that you can hear coming from one of the larger rooms. It's not the main stage area. And definitely this multiple rooms are the Blue Velvet for this gathering. Often the side rooms tend to be where a lot of excitement happens. This is where someone can have casual seating for a private party that they host to, and they have 2 rooms for them. Definitely a private party is booked. It doesn't say who or what, but it just simply has the VIP signs up in the rope, and there's 2 guards on the outside. Just suited guys that look like bouncers, right? One's bald, the other one isn't. Both are bulky. They're just bouncers that are doing their part. That said, you see Slappy's head in there, but you're passing through. Looking at the crack of the door, it's a weird motley mix for you to see. Slappy, you'll be entering this room, but for Rod, as you're passing by, it's like leather jackets meet hip hop that has any sort of impression of the Brujah clan you get getting together and it being peaceable. That shit goes out the window because that's the type of arguing that you hear in there. All sorts of angles and directions to some guy standing up on stage, and you don't know who this guy is. Has some odd tattoo that's on the front of his head, looks like a dagger, bald. Definitely has a piercing, looks like a full-on safety pin through one nostril. It looks like a punk from de jure, right? The full leather jacket, he's got the chains, a little bit of the spikes. Like he should update his gear really, because it's not quite all that now. But he's happy enough to be up there, and he's got this smug look on his face as he's shaking his head with his arms crossed as his audience is doing whatever they're going to do. There is a guy who's coming off stage hurriedly, waiting for that to calm down. And Slappy, as you enter the room, this is indeed a guy who you've overlooked so many times because he's average, right? You asked to talk to him, but you're sitting here seeing him now as he walks up. You can't. How did you overlook this guy? You know, he looks like he belongs in the Blue Velvet, but you can't place him either. And quickly you get, Rock does the same thing to you on occasion. It's entirely possible this guy's, he's kindred. To what degree, you don't know. But you could have swore people say they've met him in daylight. You could have swore this guy handled the mundane operations of the place. No muss, no fuss. But regardless, he'll come up to you in his nice blue suit, and he'll, hey, Slappy, how's it going? Everything okay? He'll offer to shake your hand.
Yeah, Slappy would just like, he'd almost like go for the bro shake, right? Like he'd grab his hand and try to pull him in for a hug, like that kind of thing.
Like any club manager, he's up with the times. When you do that, he completely turns it in, but then you'll see him quickly when that's done. He'll pull out a small brown vial, and he'll kind of do a little white powder on his knuckle, and he'll sniff it, and he'll look at you. You partake?
Like Slappy will be like, nah, man, I'm good.
Cool. Cool.
Look, I know know it's a little weird, but I wanted to keep up on my end of the deal, give you an update, let you know what's going on.
Yeah. Tell me what's going on. I definitely need that. Now, for you, Slappy, you're looking, and it's hard not to see it. You see Cornelius is kind of standing up, trying to get people to shut the fuck up, right? There's no politer way to say it. He's shouting at him, give him a chance, saying this left and right. Like, how do you know what to be mad at if you ain't going to hear him out? What are you doing? You hear a lot of that shouting. And they're still going on and on. You're not certain what the hell was said, but it looks like that guy completely pissed somebody off. It's up to you. You can step out in the hall to continue your conversation, or you can see what's going on. But it's clear that's drawing attention, and he came off stage to talk to you, showing the importance of your relationship. Or he's just at a point where he's got to cool off anyway. You be the judge.
And no, Slappy would be like, yeah, somewhere a little more private. We can talk. Pretty juicy deets I got for you.
All right. Just a reminder of Cornelius and the other guy, who I probably butchered description. I'll let the book do its thing. Whoever this Joker is. You step out in the hall. You get out there, and he'll, all right, hit me with it. What you got? What's on the agenda? Is it bad? Is it good? Do I need to do something? Need money? What's up?
Well, you told me that, if me and my boys were getting into anything, to let you know. And I just want to let you know what was going on with, that dude I've been hanging out with, that Ramsey. That guy?
Yeah, let's get to the point. Yeah, you got that guy Ramsey, you got that guy Sullivan, and the Rock guy, right?
Yeah.
Hey, there's the one, you got that cool cat too, that dark guy. What's his name? Yeah. The university
Warren.
student. Yeah, Warren.
Yeah.
I know of him. I know of him. Yeah.
Great. So basically, just to keep you in the know, I want to let you know that kind of in with the and he'll snap his fingers. He's like, the Hakata got some shit going on with them.
You'll say the Hikata and look around. Whoa, hey, let's go down the hall a little bit. Let's go over here. As they'll take even further away from the doorway. And you understand, these guys, they get together now and again, and they got a room, right? You got honor, and they pay top dollar. So, yeah. All right. So the H Club.
Right, the H Club. We'll refer to it as the H Club from here on out. Anyway, so I don't know what relationship he had built up with them before I met him, but now we're in with he's in with them basically for some favor he did a while ago. And now we're trying to get some shit for him out of the Bean in Millennium Park.
I thought I knew all the time. I mean, what's the Bean in the Millennium Park? Is that a new thing? You smoke it?
No, the big ass silver bean made by that Indian guy.
Yeah, peyote. I got it. Yeah.
Anyway,
strip it, drink it.
No. It's a big silver bean, my man. Like huge.
Oh,
like,
the art thing, the scope. Oh, okay, Millennium. Yeah. I got you.
Yeah. So basically, we gotta get some shit out of there for them. So that's something we're working on right now.
You didn't need a medal?
That's what I'm saying. Look, there's a lot more to it, but there's also, we tried to get that out of there, but that thing is made out of solid steel. At this point, it's more of a comedy of errors than anything else, but yeah, can't get that shit out, and they're putting the heat on him pretty hard to get it out, even though we have no idea how the fuck you get something out of a solid metal object. So that's...
But Slappy, I'm hearing you. Like, that's your buddy. I mean, that sucks. Times are hard. Why? Okay, you're giving me info on it, and I appreciate that.
I'm not asking for your help with it. I'm just letting you know what's the deets,
Yeah, but what's good? Like, is it he does that and something major is going to happen? Does it change hands? Like, what's the story on that? Is there a context, or is it just your buddy's doing something and he ain't done it yet? And oh man, he's got to do it. I mean, if that's the case, Slap, no offense, it's not really helping me out. It's just me telling me you're getting along with your buddy. I mean, that's great. I mean, don't take it the wrong way, but I'm like trying to see what's best for you to know, what's best for me to know, why I should know.
I figured you'd want to know if one of us was in with the H Club, as you said.
All right, so you got a buddy named Ramsey. He's in with the H Club, and he's polishing the bean in Millennium Park. Got it.
Yep, polishing the bean at Millennium Park. That's the info. Now here's where shit gets real juicy, right? So now, my boy Sullivan, we got in with Ballard, right? So now we're doing stuff for him.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I like this. What's that stuff?
Basically, we've been tasked with covering up an incident for him.
Oh.
Something at Great American, the American Eagle, that incident over there. Got some connections to it.
For that, let's see if we can get a little insight. He might have an interesting reaction. He might not. It's hard to tell. What we're going to do is have you roll your wits, and we're going to go with empathy. And how I wish they still had that. Go with insight. Wits insight will work. I can sub it. All right. There's something off. You don't know quite what. It's not a thing to succeed or well. It's just see how well you notice, which is why I'm not giving an option to re-roll whatever. It's noticeable skill set. You do pick up that for a moment he pauses, despite the Coke and the mile a minute. When you say that, it was something that happened out in Great America, and obviously Ballard, he's like, and then he continues. Yeah, okay, interesting. You don't know what that means, but you feel it might have meant something. as he nods to say, he's like, yeah, that's great info. You know, that pans out.
Slappy's gonna take his cigarette case out, and he's almost gonna start like nervously tapping like a cigarette on it, like he was packing it, and he's gonna be like, well, hey, you know, didn't know maybe you knew a little more about that than I did. Maybe you could help me out on this, since, you know, I'm giving you the info.
You'll see him. He's like, I gotta, you know, give me your charisma. I feel you're being intimidating. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Or persuasive? Which one do you want?
I think, you know, I still want to give him the impression that I'm his buddy. I always want, at the forefront of my head, the most important thing is that Mr. Crabtree's my buddy, so I'd be more persuasive in this matter.
Like it. Give me a charisma and let's do that good old persuasion. And it's up to you if awe is a factor for you.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely drop the awe.
Drop the awe. Do it, sir.
I can see him just walking through the blue velvet. I'm dropping that off.
I'm dropping it on him. Hey, no matter what that guy wants, drop it right in his lip. All right. What I could tell you. There are a few times in your life that you know there's a power to what you can do. Maybe tonight you just noticed you do it more than when you need to, or not. But when you tell him that, you know, like, I feel you more, he'll go, look, man, I am, right? We know what goes on. Yeah, what I say is we know they're like, you know, we do business out of here. There are all types that come in here. It's really on the hush. It's kind of embarrassing given who that guy is. That Ballard's a scary guy. He can close an empire overnight. Type scary. Like this place, gone. In the wrong hands. So it's very loose to talk about. That's kind of important for him. That's like a big ask. You know, we heard it for a long time that there's someone who's been juicing the big guy for quite a lot. So I don't know if that's to relate to it, but let's just say that he almost got himself perished due to a certain video that he got involved in. I know, I never saw it, but I heard about it. Apparently, it's him naked walking into Great America. I don't know what was done with it, but it was him walking from the parking lot naked to the world as he came in. You know, fresh from mom, right? Just baby, bare butt naked walking into the park, and we don't.
Ballard was naked walking in the park, jiggling up there.
Yeah, and like you gotta understand when that happened and occurred, it's like, you know, like no shadow of a doubt. It's not just, you gotta understand. It's Gurney. It's out there. Everyone knows what goes out in Gurney, right? It's, you ever been to Gurney? Like it's a thing. It's like a tourist trap from hell. There's a giant mall out there, a strip mall. Everybody likes going to for Christmas every year, and you know everyone spends tons of money. It's not too far to go into the Wisconsin Dells from there. It's like the place you go to have fun when you don't want to swim. But wait a second, Great America also has a water park, right? You can swim there too. We're not going to get into what he did fully. We don't know, but we're told there's an hour footage of him naked having to do stuff at that park. And someone got a hold of it. Like the Anarchs made a thing of it. They were trying to sell the video. And let's just say, I never thought I would see people united to put a stop to it. I think it's Annabelle who like pulled on some strings and told everybody what they had to do about, like, basically the Primogen closed ranks came together and shut that the F down. You know, that video, but it's still blackened his eye. But you got to understand, if you thought this council wasn't, you want a prince, believe me, you want one. If you don't have one, what you have is a council, one hand washing the other, and they almost had permission to kill anyone who had that video on grounds of violating the traditions, right? That's the power of it. And, you know, that's needs to be put away. So if you're doing something now, it means they missed it somewhere. That's not good for him, but it's really not good for anyone involved in it. Let's just say some people are trying to forget about it, as you'll see him kind of throw a finger, a thumb to the room he's by, like, it's just like the Ipsnani hombre.
Slappy will nod his head, like taking it in, still like packing the cigarette every so often, and he'll be like, "Well, hey, that's great info." And I'm assuming you don't know where that video originated from. Otherwise, that dude would be gone.
Slap, it's blackmail, right? That guy could have been sitting in the parking lot when he got out naked following him and he wouldn't know. I mean, you know as well as I do, there's all sorts of people who can be where you don't think they are watching what you don't want them to see. Nothing stops them from having something to commemorate, have a little photo, a little souvenir.
And what's Gurney got to do with all this?
That's a happening place. What I mean by that is a lot of mortals go there to do shopping, right? Also, a lot of violence can happen there. Where there's people, there are those who would prey upon them, in particular tourists. And there's a lot of that. And that's like as it gets later on in the night, sure, but by day you're not even 100%. So it's a mixed bag, but it has every popular tourist place to eat and kind of hang out in and shop at, and it's all out there. So the police are there watching it, and you have those who try to be up to no good that are there handling it. They got a great mall out there, it's sort of a to-do. Hey,
Gotcha.
I was thinking about it. If you were looking to set up shop, nobody runs that place, right? Between you and me and these anarchs in this room, there may be one or two guys out there, but no one wants that headache. We don't know how to handle. You ever try to deal with malls? Ooh, mall rent's no joke.
I ain't ever thought about owning a mall, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, that's not on the top of my agenda, but I'm always looking for new money-making ventures.
Well, hey, if that's all you have, I kind of got to get back in there. I got to see what's going on and
No,
what to do.
I get you, D. And then Slappy will go in and he'll put his hand out and be like, "Always a pleasure, my friend."
Oh, what's this handshake crap? And I'll hug you.
Yeah, Slappy will just return the hug.
Like, all right, man. Good looking out. Thanks for telling me. I'll keep you in the loop. It's just a rabble meeting, right? Just guys getting together to kind of air out grievances. He'll say that, and you're gonna clearly hear kind of now shouting the guy on stage. He just simply says, "Till the Association of Anarchs has progressed far enough for there not to be any title-holding person worldwide, we're not going to have peace. Until we unite under that one agenda, and you need to understand that you're not going to be happy until nobody has a title, which means we can't have barons. You can't have an archon. You can't even have a sabbat. We are more than titles. We're the workers of these cities. We're the ones who keep it going. We're the soldiers in the field dying for their cause, which is our cause. Stop being the many enslaved to the few and wake up. You think Chicago is filled with primogen and a prince that want to see you dead? Your prince came from the working class. He absolutely is the person you want up there, and that's why we're not going to burn him down. This guy can see reason. You can hear him, and you'll distinctly hear out the back, tough talk, motherfucker. Full of shit. I used to run with you in this clique, just shouting in the back as the room gets dead quiet. I'm going to tell you right now, you and I used to be close. That's over. You want to trust Kevin Jackson? That dude runs these streets from block to block, and I'm not talking about the rich either. He owns the working class, I know. He took them soldiers, I know. He saw my brother get killed and didn't give a damn about it, and then I heard he ordered the kill. He's the one who had the trigger pulled, and you want to support him still. You still think your anarch bullshit holds weight? All you anarchs are bullshit. You're going to sit back and talk the talk, Marxist this, Leninist that? You full of shit is what you are. You're going to let the cam still own you. That's all you good at doing. You the new Negroes is what's going on. Slavery's real, and it belongs right now. And you call yourselves anarchs, and you don't even know it. That's when the eruption will happen again, except this time there are real deal snarls going on in that room. For you guys up top, as you'll see, the meeting's over. As he goes rushing in, Slappy, like, oh, shit, right, going in. Shouts of kill the mic, right? Like, take that off, whatever, as that eruption happens. He'll briefly yell out. He said, who let him in? Where'd Carlisle come from? As they go running back in the room. And you could feel chaos erupt. You've heard stories, right? Your Brujah blood. It's dangerous in confines, things that happen, stuff that gets said. It's different when you see a chair get hurled through the wall where you're at and you're positive that was concrete. It's metal, right? And it sticks through part of the concrete now where you're standing and you're just sort of like, okay, glad I didn't get the memo. That's it's a polite thing. You're remembering all those terms that some bruja, they have a council, they're there, there's supposed to be talk of a calm thing. Maybe this is supposed to be a level of politeness. Certainly that might have meant something. Not now. What are you going to do, Slappy? You have a choice. You could go in and like, that was your sire. That is a mentor of yours that was in there trying to keep the peace cool, hearing what's going on. Then again, that's clan business. Maybe. And you're involved with your coterie meeting up top. In other words, right now it doesn't include you. Otherwise, you can go up top. You just had a bomb drop on you about some info on Gurney that you just finagled.
Yeah, Slappy pretty much realizes, he's been to Bruja meetings before. He knows it was a good one if a chair was thrown through the wall. So he's gonna, respectfully, just go, start heading back upstairs. But while he's heading upstairs, he's gonna give Rod a call.
Now, for Rod, you got outside. You were admiring the mix of cars. There's a lot of custom jobs like Harley style bikes and some old school like American muscle cars that are out in the lot. Good turnout. You don't know who, what, when, and how, but you're like, all right, that's pretty decent. No big deal. One that guy. I got to get to the car. You message them, let them know what's going on. You receive the typical iconography. I can never say that. The icons get sent to you on what to look out for to know where to meet up. And really, there's some weird ass Roman numeral kick he's on. And he does send you the eagle, but in like a text form. It's really, maybe it looks real cool when he does it, but you're sitting there shaking your head because probably ran out and started tagging this in places for people to know. And then you get the impression, and always do, it's usually fresh paint. You get the distinct impression Wineka runs around and puts up these symbols to make himself seem more. Exactly. And then just waits, right, in the spot to be Mr. Cool. You're not 100%. That feeling's there. But then your phone rings, and it's
he's a poser.
Could be.
All right. Rot answers.
Yo, Rot. Wanted to make sure you got the info before I just dropped it on everybody else.
Yeah.
You still got mad connects in the Anarch movement, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Great. So I got some deets. Found out that the video of Ballard that we're looking for circulated around the Anarchs for a while. Shit got shut down. They think it's Annabelle. Obviously, the video's still out there. We need to find out where that shit originated from.
Okay. I'll be keeping an ear to the ground then around the Anarchs.
Yeah. Just be careful because there's rumor that even talk of that video will get you the axe. It's some real embarrassing shit on Ballard's part. I probably shouldn't even be talking about it right now.
I was about to say, should we even be? Do I want to know what's on this tape?
I mean, if you just say the Ballard tape, I'm sure they're gonna fucking start busting their asses off laughing about it. So
this is the equivalent of a Watergate.
I mean, yeah, it's funny you said that because there is a water park involved. So that's just pretty hilarious. But yeah, just if you can find out where the Ballard tape originated from, we gravy, man.
Yeah, I can I'll be sure to do that. So Anarchs seem to have been the ones circulating it. Annabelle wants it shut down.
Well, it got shut down. It was going fucking viral in the Anarch community until they got involved. Now I guess
we're just trying to find the last tape.
Well, shit, we don't know if someone else has got it on their like hard drive or something, but obviously they've got blackmail material, right? Otherwise, Ballard wouldn't even know about the existence of this shit. So someone in the Anarch community has got to know more than they're letting on. So that's all I'm saying. That's the good word. Keep it real out there. I'm about to let the others know.
All right. You take it easy. Stay safe.
All right. You too. Click.
All right. With that phone call up top, there is obviously you're going to be able to hear and really feel the wall shudder once or twice. There's some loud shouting down from below that gets eerily quiet, as if someone briefly had the door open and then shut it real fast. It's weird that it sounds like maybe, if you can imagine, Wall Street, someone announced that the stock market took a dive. Right? That type of, oh my God, right? Just like people lost their cool. And then with the door shut, it's like maybe someone's handling it. Honestly, little out of touch here. This seemed to be a classy, quiet place, but you, at the same time, haven't attended the back rooms for any sort of private gathering. This is Sullivan and Ramsey.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Thank you.
He'll take a look around and he's like, man, I had to pay membership fees for this. And he'll tap his finger on the table a moment. He's like, apparently this is a thing that's also might be common, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, Ramsey. And I'll tell you why. Because if this type of stuff happens, then by all means, whatever happened with Slappy pales in comparison. The cleanup's got to be a lot worse.
He'll kind of like look down towards the ground, like where that sound was coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. It's odd as this is gonna sound, Sully, or maybe just odd to you. It's more reassuring. This whole night we've come to the blue velvet before, but this is and he kind of like picks up that glass of blood and like kind of swirls it around, just looking at it. I don't think we've shared blood like this before. It was much more common before we came to Chicago. And so was that, and he'll like kind of stomp his foot down at the noise that was coming up. This is much more familiar. The more things change, the more they stay the same. As he'll take a drink of the blood that you slid over to him.
He's like, right, but this is a lot safer too, isn't it? I mean, all things considering. And maybe you might be able to tell me, man. He'll quickly look around. When you guys go feeding, right? You know, like mom's the word on this, but when you guys go feeding, like, do you just like squeeze it like Capri Sun and just throw it away? Or like, what do you do about that? Because I'm just saying it's not that hard to, grab a nibble, save it for a little bit for later, count your calories. Is it true that you just kind of go buck wild when it gets to, feeding?
He'll kind of get a smile in like the corner of his mouth. A lot of Sabat do. A lot do. You gotta understand, Sully. We don't see them like you do. Right? I see. But it doesn't mean we hate them. When you were alive, did you hate the cows that you ate for steak?
No. But I mean, I also drank a lot of milk.
Some of us are different. The one that embraced me, he had a herd, cultivated it, but it wasn't like you would have expected. It was a bunch of kids panhandling, but there was one guy like you would have a shepherd dog that looked over the herd. Each one of us is going to be a little bit different, Sully. It's just like the kindred here.
I'm sorry, I fail. You're catching me a little unawares there, if only because I hear you guys make messes, and it's not like you guys clean up after each other. I'm just saying. I read about Naperville, and I heard about that long before you got here. So, is that a thing, or
There are always someone that does some amount of cleaning, right? Picking up whenever mistakes happen. We have every pack has an abbot, someone that's supposed to provide for the pack when a canite can't feed. There's someone that procures blood for them. Will clean up because Well, if we don't, hunters follow the trail, as you can imagine. It's just at some point when a mess is too big, people move along. Well, that pisses off a lot of other people. But that's more of a history lesson I don't think you're looking for right now, Sully.
I'm just trying to understand is all. I mean, well, shit. To be completely honest with you, Ramsey, it's not so much that I'm trying to understand as much as it is I'm just trying to figure everything out, right? Because it seems like there's a couple of things that might go over my head, a couple of things that go over your head, especially when it comes to feeding. And he'll take the look at the drink. He's like, don't get me wrong. I paid a lot for this. I paid a lot for us to be able to sip this. Doesn't exactly seem like you're able to appreciate it the same exact way I do. But I think that's also because I have enough time to physically sit here, use my time, not have to worry about feeding because I could take more than 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes just sniffing at it and trying to contemplate, is this what I really want to drink tonight or not? And isn't that much more of a luxury? I mean, isn't that something that you'd want, is the time to do stuff? Don't we do that, especially when we're human, look for time? And now that you do have the time, why not savor it instead of just, I don't know, fucking butcher the cow and then leave it without making the most use out of it? That's just what I'm trying to understand. I think I'm just trying to impart on you that it's not that this isn't hard, but there is a way of being. You'll take a sip.
You're right, Sully. There is a way of being, but what confuses me is how damn complicated people make it. If I learned anything at the academy with Critias, it's this. Everything, both of our lives before now and now, are more alike than people realize. There is always someone that is stronger, that is calling the shots. Some alpha or whatever title you want to give them. And as for blood, when I'm hungry, I eat. And the beast takes what it wants. They may die, and if they do, then they do. But that's far less often than you would think.
Well, I sincerely hope that's the case, Ramsey. And he'll knock on the table. He's like, hopefully we haven't lost Rot and or Slappy yet. But if you have any ideas about how you're going to approach this whole Great America thing, I'm all ears. And he'll lean back in his chair.
Oh, I'm going to go in. And he'll pull out the napkin and look at what he wrote. American Eagle. It's a ride.
Yes.
Is it a statue? It's a ride.
It is a ride.
Someone was watching that ride for whatever happened there. Go stake out vantage points of what would be the best view for the highest point. Climb up and see what is visible from that highest point. See what's there.
You're a straight shooter, aren't you, Ramsey?
Things are simpler that way, Sully. And he'll
Right.
tuck the napkin pocket square back in.
He's like, all right, walk me through this, right? Because this is what we call storyboarding at sometimes, especially when you're making speeches. You got to make like quick PowerPoint presentation. You got to have bullet points here, right? So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're going to go integrate America, try finding the vantage point of where this was taken, and then what?
See what's there. See who could have gotten up there.
I could get up there.
Can you?
With enough money, I could do anything. Question is, why, how, and who? That's what I'm more interested in, not how someone got up there.
Then someone would have been there to let them in. Or clear it out that night, right?
Well, you're going to go into Great America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone going to stop you from doing what you're supposed to be doing? I'm assuming you're a pro at this as well. Please tell me you're a pro at this.
We can say that. We can use that term.
Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. Listen, take Rot with you. Right? I just need to figure out, and I have to make it very clear. I need to know who's behind this. We need to know who's behind this. It'll help us do good about this. All right?
I got you.
No police station shit, all right? I'm just going to throw that out there now before. Make me a little bit nervous. Just Un poquito. You look good in a suit, though.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Definitely feels that we're waving goodbye to Ramsey. You're going to have him go off. Do I get that? Before you talk yourself into yet another assault, I figure I should stop you now.
Yeah, that's a good call out.
So, good enough, Ramsey. You're heading out. As we do that split, as sometimes happens. But I know, Slappy, you're coming back upstairs, and we'll deal with that in a second. But for Rot, you're going to go ahead and take the short cab ride. It's all about 5 minutes to get dropped off at a rail station over at Madison Street. Right? It's great, except for the fact you know there's an existing line that successfully connects through, and if you're in the know, there's one underground that's quite different. It's supposed to be closed off, but you're a NOS, being as connected and used to the city as you are. It's a simple matter of going down below and, well, using the key you have. Not unheard of. A lot of the access ways that the Nosferatu have here, they don't break a lock or install a weird-ass button system to do it in. They just simply have duplicates. It's easy enough to steal them and even better to have your copy. And if you're in a clan, you have it, which could explain a lot of the issue you've been having of late with them. You know, they really believed you're on the up and up, as you said. Not unusual, but being a Nosferatu is to know that losing that trust might be everything to get it back. But at least in this case, you sent the messages off to Moneka, he told you what to look for, and naturally you understood. Once you got here, yes, you indeed have to get down to the rail yard, or the train station stop itself. To note what it looks at, the uniqueness of it, the abandoned rail yard here, station. I don't know why I'm calling it a yacht or anything else. You're here, and you're waiting at these two gates because it's an actual escalator that sits behind it. Right? The importance here is that they don't work, or at least you're told they're not supposed to. But clearly, you can see the marking is on the outside of the gate. It's real innocent. According to the photo that he took, it's definitely matching the color of the gate that it's on. And where the sign says closed, you absolutely can tell it has that spray painting. Like I said, Roman numeral. This one looks like 14. You have no idea why it's so high. Like you could keep to the lower numbers and make it easier. But he did not. The place is quiet, still has full light in the whole nine. And you're in the front of it. You're half-hearted to expect that maybe a train would roll up because it's odd to you that it just sits here. Seems like they definitely could have gone through with it. They just didn't. But here you sit, or I should say stand. What would you like to do here? Now, to tell you by what is appropriate, you just wait till he shows up. Typically, that could be all night. However, it depends on the patience you have with the character or that you say he has. If you want to speed this along, I simply wish to know how.
He's the patient type. I mean, he's sometimes as a scout he would have to just sit and wait till something happened and he got the information he needed. So he would just stand and wait. Or probably just sit down.
Okay. As you're standing there doing your due diligence, half expecting the escalator to work out of nowhere, and it's nothing, right? It's there, it goes down, nothing going on with it. You do hear a shutter down the far end. Tracks are not supposed to have anything on it, and you will see apparently there's a train that's coming. They call it the L train, and one will come rolling, a single cart, which is another oddity. These are usually multiple connected things that go on. Other than the main cart that has to pull it and bring it back, there's a secondary one on it, and the doors simply open up. Stops where you're at, doors open. You clearly didn't see a pilot that was sitting up in the area where they should be, although the solid metal structure does have windows out on the side. That's what you were looking at to catch a glance. There's nobody there that you saw.
He'll look around, see if he sees anyone else, but he'll probably walk in.
Because the doors are open up front. You walk in and they will shut. You hear an automated message that's garbled, like, continuing to Madison Street. And then it doesn't go anywhere. And you will just hear over the PA system as somebody figures out where the button is. You'll hear, "What do you have?" Raspy, gravelly. Definitely is him.
It seems that the Ballard tapes are back. Somebody has it, and Ballard wants it desperately.
What makes you think I care about that? Or anybody cares about that? It's old news.
Well, they seem to be using it to put pressure on Ballard.
Oh, you got to give me something more than that. How about this? What do you want? And do me a favor. Pretend I don't know already. Tell me anyway.
I want to renew my trust with the clan.
Oh, you do give a shit. So this is that reach out? You want to suddenly me wave a magic wand and tell all the other rats that it's okay?
I plan to do more to prove my loyalty. Simply looking for a second chance.
I don't know. Maybe this is a watershed moment. Did you think I was Waneka's going to cry for you? Suddenly feel that I should give you an opportunity to work up? You're a Sabat piece of shit that thought to use us. And worse, you duped the whole anarch movement. You are what you are. Some of those guys are arguing that what you're saying was forced on you. And you believe that shit. All it took was a pack to show up and you thought the cavalry came. Admit it. It's okay. I understand. Tell me the truth.
The truth is that when I was the bot and I sent them messages while biding my time just listening here in the city, I did begin to feel a part of the city. But when the pack did show up, my gut instinct was to stand for orders.
And so what changed then? Not like it's been years. Not like you sat down and were deprogrammed. Now what they do, they put you through a little thing and then you hook, line, and sinker, and it's what you are.
Truth be told, I don't know what exactly it was that caused me to change my opinion in the city, but helping those who don't get to live a normal life on this homeless. That's where I started to feel a change, helping them.
I don't know if you get this, kid. The homeless are a camouflage. Those piece of shit cam types, my type, because you're not. We rely on certain tropes, right? That's how we survive. This assumption that we live and rule the underground, maybe we like that trope. Maybe it's true for some of us. After all, we are in the abandoned rail yard, right? We're in a place where you expect us to be shunted from society, but you're going to act like Calhoun doesn't wear a fucking top hat and coattails. You're going to act like that we don't have our own wealth. You think because we're, oh no, ugly by your standards that that's not it? You're ugly too, right? Did you ever figure that out? Oh, wait, you come from the Sabat. You're all monsters there, right? You sick fucks. Don't give me the bleeding heart for the homeless. I've seen your kind eat them like cantaloupe and cast them remains to the side. You don't give a shit. By the way, maybe you should know about that Ramsey guy before you open your mouth. He butchered 8 people. Went to a hospital to see them dead, and he didn't need to. Endangered others, killed others, bathed in it. And I listen to that hypocrite Kevin Jackson give him a fucking pass. And you want me to sit here and go, oh, you're okay. Don't worry. The Sabat isn't so bad. You want to make right with the clan? Kill Ramsey. You want to help the homeless? Make sure he's fucking dead. Maybe then it'll give people a peace of mind. Maybe people in Naperville could sleep better knowing that happened. That's if you cared. And it may sound like I care. Let's just say there are people invested and the clan that care about that, because those people are outcasts just like they are. At least that's how they feel. And they got to do what they got to do. Me? I got it, sire. We're doing okay. Now, you want to help me? You want to play lapdog? I got a bone I'll throw you. There is a problem. Well, Damien isn't handling it too well. Probably because he doesn't know what to look for, but we can connect the signs. Newspaper clippings, an email here. This just in there. Your street gangs have a problem holding it down. And we're not talking in a normal capacity either. Have you ever heard of the Candyman story that allegedly people think came out of Cabrini Green?
No.
Yeah, you didn't do your homework, huh, Sabat guy? If you did, you'd understand that Cabrini Green needed to be removed, needed to be changed. You Sabat assholes took over Cabrini Green first and foremost, nested in it, cultivated it, stirred the pot. You created violence. You got people to be dehumanized before you embraced them. They didn't give a shit. Women, children, didn't matter. One guy dangled a baby out of the top floor on New Year's Eve to give his gang members something to shoot at. Allegedly, he was high. He wasn't high. That's Sabat playing games, is what that is. That guy got embraced. That guy definitely tried to kill Loden during the fall. And that's side information. I guess they would call that collateral damage in my organization, or as a Sabat call it, a hell of a Friday night. But I digress. There's another problem with that. There's a particular creature that really liked the story of Candyman when it got released. Really did. It's not an urban legend. You know, Cabrini Green got gentrified. It's normal now. People with money can go be there, be close to the city. They brought peace to it. Well, apparently now there's someone goes by a different name. Say his name a couple times, he shows up and does what he does. But I'm not the type to say it. And if I were you, I wouldn't either. Don't look too much on what people have to say. Trust me, they say it all the time. But if you say it 5 times, apparently he'll find you. He doesn't show up immediately, not always. And he never leaves you alive. You're always in pieces. This has happened twice. Here's the problem. We know it's a kindred. And we don't know why it's happening. We also know it's kind of a bullshit story. We thought it was one of ours. Occasionally, a Nas thinks being different and not seen all the time, they develop a little weird hobbies and habits, in particular from your neck of the woods. They get to liking killing and the attention you get from doing so. Creating little scenarios? Nah, we checked. It's not that. Not that at all. This is on another level. But not for us, and certainly out of Damien's hands, it's too big. But he has to investigate it nonetheless. You want to get back in good graces? We want the people near the former Greens to have a place to lay their head up. See, we still call it Cabrini.
Okay. And while I'm here, do you have any idea why the Kakata would want the bean out of Millennial Park, the Cloud Gate?
I see
Know
what you
anything?
think this is. And it's becoming clear to me. I don't know why I didn't see it. I want you to pretend right now you're actually sitting in an empty cart and I don't have somebody pointing a shotgun at the back of your fucking head as you sit in here and tell me you're not Sabat anymore, that you turned over a new leaf. I also want you to pretend that I don't have the clan sitting here listening to you right now, staring at you because Calhoun ordered it, because we know you're a traitor son of a bitch. We'll rip you apart and scatter your ashes, and that's not justice. Down here, we're the law. By the way, everywhere these people don't look at their fine parties, we're the law. When you fall between the cracks, you land in our kingdom. We rule Chicago. The underground. It always has been. You were a part of that. We were family. You dare come in here like I'm a whore? Like you can bend me over and ask me for favor after what you did? Get out while you can. We don't talk and you don't exist in the clan. You don't have a clan until that problem is handled. You want to do that, restore it, or kill Ramsey, and we'll consider it even. An eye for an eye. With that, the door will simply open. And it'll be dead quiet. And in typical fashion, I should say, you get an idea of how maybe your victims feel. it's very hard for your mind to begin rationalizing if anybody was ever there. Like, how long have you been standing there alone?
Mhm.
Can't really recall seeing him. You definitely remember you heard some message. You know everything was said, but your mind's starting to fill the gaps and making excuses. Maybe this rail car was here the whole time and it opened up and this message played on repeat and it stopped. What was said? Can't really recall. And then, yeah, you call the meeting, you set it up, and at least that's there for you. But what would happen if you didn't have a phone with messages to keep your memory there? You have no idea how powerful Wineka is, and it definitely has a reputation and a bit theatrical from what you can remember. But there are members of your clan in the city. Oh, there were rumors on just how powerful they could be. No one knows the number of Nosferatu in the city of Chicago. Definitely not you. You're not from here.
Yeah. He's gonna walk. He'll walk out of there.
Hmm.
Um
Some Sabat truth.
mhm.
Cool speech. Here's what you do know. It's part of what you did. You could see the marks on the walls down here. There was a meeting if you want to try to piece together what might have been said.
Yeah.
Apparently, they didn't get all that you could do. And maybe his info is a little underestimating for you on this behalf. To this end, it's an investigation your intelligence, and you're going to include your iconography lore. Difficulty is just based on how well you do.
You said just sheer intelligence plus that merit
It's your
or
intelligence,
back.
the background, right? An investigation.
Oh, investigation. Thank you. Okay. Do I include my hunger dice?
No.
Three.
Okay. Here's what you got going on. You can keep the 3 as is. You could try to get higher. It's up to you.
Yeah, we'll try and get higher.
All right.
Do I hit the auto reroll or select reroll?
Sure will, sir. That's select reroll, right? Well, no, you can do the auto reroll because it's up to 3. You have enough. That'll be good. Okay.
Oh, I accidentally clicked the select one. Oh, there we go.
Sweet. Well, here's what you do know. There indeed was a meeting. Couple things. There were anarchs here. There were normal cam members here. You're looking at the symbols on it. You know someone calling themselves the Worm Lord, which is a name that doesn't ring a bell. But it's not for reverence was paid. You can tell there's a nice, interesting mosaic. What it shows is a simple skull. Pretty easy to see in graffiti nowadays, all over the place, right? There's a mosaic that has multiple tags from different gangs and whatnot to kind of cover it up. However, the Worm Lord feels old school. It is a skull with all sorts of worms written and drawn with detail around it. And then there are people kind of putting their tag and symbol underneath. However, you unmistakably see your initials that are there, and you know that is you. And it's directly under the Worm Lord, and it's like people are voting. Like you'll see that there's a line that goes through your name, and that's on one side, and then the initials again are on the left side. There's only one person, and it looks like it's a W that's underneath, which seems simple. You don't know if that's Wineka. You don't think it is. But what if it was? That's a simple red letter on that side. On the other side, there are over 15 odd symbols to weigh that scale. And you're not certain what that reflects or what that means. But it doesn't feel comfortable to you that it's that skewed in scale and that size. Now, that's as far as that's concerned. You don't know what a Worm Lord is, but you know those are Nas. Why you can tell that they're Nas? It's the beauty of this legend that you have here, this lore, is that it is a language agreed upon that you learn over time walking through the city, right? So I want you to imagine that anybody can walk by this mosaic 100 times, right? On the wall, they go by it every day, no big deal. But when you pass it, it's a message written in the lettering that you can understand. It's the style of letter matters. It's the type of paint used that matters. And however you wish to imagine this lettering would have been done, you were able to pick out this nuance where others could not. It's a learned cant, if you will. And in seeing it, the Worm Lord in and of itself is distinctive. The more letters or the more polish, I should say. The fancier a title gets, the lettering and symbols and imagery, the more powerful the person that they're referring to by default. That's how the clan does it. Now, where he's up there, the others, though, are not there to give a distinctive impression. What you know is this Worm Lord is holding court and was looking for a decision to be made. And everyone who had an opinion simply teed off on what they wanted done, one way or the other. To anybody else looking at this, it's, I don't know, some sort of odd game of hopscotch. You have no idea, right? If they weren't you. You know, apparently the Nos want you dead. However, you're not, and there's a weighted W on the other side for now. Leave you to judge what that could mean. But definitely feels like I should be somewhere where eyes can be on me before something happens. Because you do still remember that threat of just how many people could be watching you at this time. I want to add one.
Run a little faster.
Yes, Mr. Michelli, the last thing is your character knows the guy could be full of shit. He's up for theatrics. It's what he does. He easily can mimic this whole thing to make it seem like they're weighing on it, because you can't shake the fact that they wanted you dead, you would be. If there are that many members that wanted you gone, why would it matter that one NECA didn't want you to die? You can't shake that off as you leave. At the same time, it just holds weight. Leave that to you to investigate further in your own time. But for now, you have the info that you do. Back to ranch. Slappy, you get back up to Sullivan. I mean, you're passing Ramsey in this, as he's getting up to leave. It's up to you if you're going to stop, say hi, or just let him go. And you're coming from down below.
Yeah, Slappy would just walk up and kind of, as Ramsey's leaving, give him like a head nod and be like, "Yo, you might want to stay for this one. I got some good intel for y'all."
Ramsey will walk by and do a loop and come on back.
And then Slappy will clap his hands together and be like, and he'll like kind of do like a side eye, like make sure like no one's in like earshot, like really like over the top. He'd like even look under the tablecloth just to like double check, just so everybody understands how important this information is, right? And then once he's confirmed that, he'll be like, all right, so that video, the evidence that and he'll point at Sully, he'd be like, "Yo boy wants is pretty bad. No way to sugarcoat it, but old boy was walking around naked in the park. Jiggles out for everybody. And they got video of that. So that shit started circulating through the anarchs and their little groups they got going on. Gangs started spreading video to gangs. Everybody's getting a laugh, right? Powerful Ballard just out his fucking big old man boobs on display on tape. Something nobody wants to be caught with. But he was. And now they're trying to shut it all down, and they thought they got it. Rumor has it that Annabelle was the one who got it, and that there was even threats of, the final if you were caught with that tape. So I already let Rot know, because he's got connections to the Anarchs, to see if he can try and pinpoint the origination of that tape, because it had to come from somewhere. And that's what I got from that. I also got a good tip on Gurney. Not really related, but apparently it's open territory, the mall out there, big tourist trap.
Okay. Well, at least that's something, right?
Man, at least it's something. I gave you a lot.
I'm trying to downplay it. I'm not going to not say that you did very well, Slappy, because some of that shit I didn't even want to have to cover. But the fact that you were able to get that information is actually quite impressive. So good job. I'm just trying to downplay it right now, because I told you this was going to be a dangerous situation. And especially because we have to find the source. that source could always put that information out there, and someone's got to put the screws to him. Like I said, it doesn't have to be us unless the big man asks us to do so. We just got to point him in the right direction of the person or the group that is responsible for it.
That's what I'm saying. If we could just find out, who still has the tape, then we good.
I would think more who took that tape or who ordered it. That's going to be of more importance because, as you could see, you'll lean in. Annabelle having to put the kibosh on it means he probably owes Annabelle too. And that's one person you also don't want to be under at one point. I mean, it might be worth it one day, but at our level, it's soul-crushingly heavy to owe her. So
yeah, but they're scratching each other's backs, right? That's what the Primogen Council does.
I mean, you're not wrong. You are definitely not wrong.
If one member of the Primogen Council be caught, wandering around the park naked, don't look good for the rest of them. Don't worry, I checked under the tablecloth. We good, man.
So, when I'm at Great America, I'll check the roller coaster seats for giant ass prints.
That's not what we're looking for. Ramsey, I need you to focus with me here. We need to find out who's probably in the area. If you're going to scout for anything, scout to find out if there's any scraps of the people that actually did exist there. That gives us an idea of where to look.
Oh, Captain, my captain. I'll, sorry. I think it's something I ate. I'll cut out the shittiness. I'll keep an eye out for it.
Awesome. Good. At least we're getting somewhere. Question is, are we taking the ride out there as well? We're hoping that Ramsey could take care of this himself.
I thought I was dragging Rod along with me.
Good point. I'm glad you remembered. Listen, are you driving or is Rod driving? It's probably better that you drive, to be honest.
It's pretty clear. He hadn't talked to Rod yet. Rod left a while ago, right? So, so before you made that.
I think Rod will drive. I'm going to change on the way.
But as that being said, Rod was not that far away, right?
Yeah.
It was a simple 5-10 minute ride. And for that matter, Rod, you do arrive back at the club. And for maybe the second time tonight, Ramsey, as you getting up to leave, and yes, finally I'm out of here. Rod is heading up the steps conveniently to do whatever.
Not this time. I'm grabbing him by the shoulder and we're leaving. Not like, follow behind me, but like shoulder, like arm around shoulder, like we're buddies and we are heading out.
And you notice he's a little stiff when you do that.
You need to lose. Are you hungry?
Are you hungry? He was just in my shoulder grab. Does that mean you're hungry?
You're a little tense, Rod.
All right. What we're going to do here real fast is we're going to just reconnoiter our effort here and what we have going on. So we got some updated goals, right? And we're definitely going to have that go. I saw you guys taking notes. I think that's very good. We're going to make this simple. Typically, someone might do the D&D attempted crawl. I say it not with apprehension, but it works in D&D. You reveal a little map at a time. We make our rolls. We go through, right? It isn't that way. It's very much more story intensive in that regard. What about this we're going to approach? Understanding that you are Scott Ramsey and Rod, you were supposed to be an infiltrator in a manner of speaking. Here's a chance for you to sing those skills, but you have the option to say, okay, cool. I think I feel comfortable in going with this is how I want to do it. Or do you want me to help you? We'll take a look at sheets and we'll see what we come up with.
I'll take a little bit of guidance with this.
Okay. What about you, Ramsey?
I'll take guidance as well. I have no problem collaborating.
Well, the way I see it's two different ways of doing it, right? You guys get a car, you're going to find Gurney. It is in Illinois. It is a ways out there. And you got to drive there to get there, and that's well and good. There's a couple facets. One, the vehicle you take doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's legal, you note that, right? You'll map out the system ahead of time and know you pass through something called the I-Pass. It's a bit of futuristic Big Brother is watching, because anybody that goes through that doesn't have an approved license plate gets marked. If you have expired tags, you're going to get marked. They may or may not radio the police ahead of time that you're on the road with that, but you imagine if they're watching for the whole state, they probably get a lot of calls. Can't be immediate. Why risk it, though, is the idea. And so, of course, you're up to speed, you tags, you check all that, you look good. Your clothing, Ramsey, you don't fit in a suit. to go out to one of these sites.
No,
However,
no.
checking it out, you could get away with casual clothes. I mean, that's kind of the point. And you dress accordingly, right? To that end, it doesn't matter which one of you is driving, unless we're looking to break some sort of land speed record. And obviously, it's not a hurry, so why would you? But getting to this place, I would think for Ramsey, your character's more of a hands-on, scout the site, see what we're looking at. However, when you drive up to Gurney itself, everything seems to be off on the side of the road when you take the Illinois route or the American route, really. Nice long stretch of highway, and then suddenly you start seeing the signs, you head off. You see like a Burger King, and you'll spot a McDonald's, which is pretty typical fanfare. But right as you start seeing this or that, there's signs pointing to Great America. You can't miss it. Like it's over here. And before you get there, though, there's a nice big outdoor mall, right? And destination, the mall you can go into. Obviously, you got like a mini theater back there. I say mini as in it's not an AMC 15, but apparently you can watch some shows there for the theater it has. Massive mall for you to walk around in and pick your food court food, shop a little bit. We know what malls are. The outdoor place has a Chipotle that, for whatever reason, is front and center. What I'm picturing or what I'm trying to get you here is a place that the community loves to go to for all the nice little restaurants and whatnot that goes on. But there's a tourist feel here as well. You can come over here in this section, and if you didn't want to go to Great America to eat all their food, at least you're going to eat here before you go there. Either way, though, if you do the math, whether you're spending $20-$30 for your kids to eat a corn dog and a giant whatever the hell they have at the amusement park, you're going to spend that money for them to eat out here before you go there. Point is, it's very much what you were told, Rob. This is like kind of this could be an open season out here in so many ways that you heard, right? Very much so. For Ramsey, someone owns this place. Mm-hmm. This is very much open season to where if you were a vampire and you wanted to get food fast, think about it. The highway to here, it's maybe a quarter mile, definitely within speeding distance. There's not a police station to chalk. You did see one before coming into here, so they obviously could respond to it. But if they weren't notified in time, i.e., you can kill somebody quick enough, before anybody had a chance to even reveal that you fed and moved on, it's pretty easy to clean up. Remote stretches outside of here to hide whatever you wanted, and begins to have an appeal. Plus, this place, Great America, is apparently a huge lot. Mm-hmm. Lots of rides, places to hide stuff. And that's the problem. As you're out here driving around, you cruise the strip and you come back, thoughts occur. First and foremost, if you get out of here on foot and you're going to walk it, which is smart, right? That's the way you'd most likely feel comfortable going. You're going to be noticeable. It is the type of place where there's enough traffic where people are driving to get from point A to point B. It doesn't seem feasible you'd be in a car. Why would you? Mm-hmm. Right? You drive to the amusement park grounds, park in that parking lot and go there. Or you're going to the mall and park in that parking lot and going to the mall. So blending in is definitely doing what locals would do in that regard. On the flip, though, it's also thinking, where might I be if I ever said kindred? Now, I want you to look at your sheet, and then you as well, Michelli. And what you guys are looking for is ways to solve this puzzle. We're looking for, if they're kindred here already, do I have a way to spot them? One way or the other, and within the method of your concept. Mm-hmm. Both of you have a means. I just want to see if you're going to want to attempt it, or you're telling me, I really don't care who's out here, and I'm just going to go to the amusement park.
No, I do, because if there is a kindred, if I remember what Slappy told us a little bit earlier, this is like an open ground. No one has claimed it, but it seems like someone should. There is at least some kindred or a ghoul around here. I do have the ability to sense the beasts of other kindred, so I would use that if there was someone that seemed like, I don't know, suspicious.
So knowing that, when we're walking up to people, because that's when that's used, right? When we have someone to use it on as we're walking around, we got that beacon going or those signs. Not concerned with that. What we're thinking, Brennan, do you want to hunt someone down and find out where a predator would lair? Where's a place that they might hang out? Where would be a good place to set up shop? How would they watch this? Would I know how they would do all that? What I'm saying is, for the long time, we've been saying I'm a Sabbat scout. It's time to learn what a Sabbat scout has to do. Mm-hmm. And your job is to find these people and pick out these assets and pick out where they might be. You also need to showcase the value of you to your new organization based on the skill set you have. On the flip, Mr. Michelli, I'm going to kind of leave you free flow here to look at your sheet. and think about what you have, because I feel yours is even more obvious for ways that you could get it done. But we're going to try to teach you something here, and that's real simple. No wrong way to pick a solution. You're just trying to learn within the confines of what you think your character would do. So think as Rot and look at this, and what would you try, if anything?
I think at first he would look for any form of markings, tags using the same background that came in early.
Okay. So for you, it's the same role, right? You're doing we'll go with a little different though.
Okay.
Reason being is we have to look at the logic behind it. Your guy's not from here. In fact, it's like
Yes.
very much the first time you're out here, I'd argue. And so great. Means you don't have a familiarity. So what I'm going to say, it's a 2 dice penalty, but you need to give me your wits. We're going to go with investigation again, and then of course your background.
Okay.
Your specialty, though, vampire can't will count.
Thank you. That would be 2 successes.
Okay. Before I give that, Brennan, what method are you going to go with? Is it going to be the hands down? You're going to go introduce yourself and see and sniff around and do that? Or is it you're going to get a lay of the land of where to go to do that first?
Lay of the land first.
Okay. With that, you're going by intelligence, and we're going to use awareness, just all natural route.
Word. Yes. Diff.
Just this number of successes is going to determine the outcome there.
Word.
It's up to you to use will if you'd like to get an even better result there.
I would, because this is a showcasing moment.
Very good. For you, Mr. Michelli, actually, I'll say for both of you, not like you're dishing the other to do this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't make sense. There is signs that someone's here. You'll spot them first. You'll go into the Chipotle. It's no big deal, right? It's a place to eat. You get some odd looks, but for the most part, you got to stand in line to order like every Chipotle ever, right? You got to go up there, order, tell them what you want, and do it. You guys walk in and fake like you're going to order and just walk through the line. Oddly, nobody says anything to you. When you're like, oh, you're going to get something, and you just continue walking, they move to the next person because there is a line, right? And it's all well and good. Looking out in here, you don't see anything, but Michelli, your character, Rot, goes to the bathroom, kind of sees what's going on. For you, Ramsey, you will spot that one of the workers is staring at you as you're walking in here, like he might know you, but you see him kind of cutting up the meat in the back. And when you look at him, you'll realize that he realizes he stopped chopping and goes back to work real quick and minds his own business, right? You're not certain if it was fear, but it was enough for, catch your attention. For you, Michelli, you go in the bathroom, there are all sorts of signs in here, right? Like somebody had a field day. You don't know how many times they got to wash this. They got the hair dryer on the wall, or hand dryer on the wall, and it has this writing with faded smears on it. They're all over the place. The one thing that brings you up short is the Worm Lord. You'll see that faded imagery that's there, but there's no collection of any marks under it other than they have it. You're beginning to understand, okay, Anas is out here of a type, Worm Lord, and it's starting to just resonate with you with what that is. But you begin to point out signs, though, that what you have, and according to the Cant, there is a message that's in here. It's whoever is the Worm Lord. There's a tax fee that's up here of a type. It's the only thing that makes sense to you, right? What it says on there is $signs underneath his name. And then over to the right, it's weird that they have E pluribus unum written. And then someone places an amount, a number afterward, which is 500. And when you see that, clearly that has to be some sort of money owed to this guy for whoever's out here or whatever's going on. You just don't know what. And of all the signs here that are faded, like somebody put some elbow grease to fade it, this one, there's not a real whole lot of effort to eliminate that. Almost as if it's, hey, you better leave that up in the Chipotle, right? Someone has that pull. There's an influence here. But we're going to save some work for that for the most part. I just want to see if you're doing anything else with the weird worker nod. You guys going to meet, change tactics, or we're going to take that as is, Ramsey?
No, I'm going to we'll wait for Rot to get out of the bathroom, but try to keep an eye on that guy, see if he goes anywhere, and when Rot comes out, I'll sync up with him.
Pretty convenient. Where you're waiting for Rot to come out, and Rot comes to approach, and you see him do that. When you go to look back, you see that guy stop at his station and go ahead into the kitchen. You don't know if he's in the kitchen chopping, but it looks like he's going to where the dishes are kept, maybe to get another tool or an instrument. That's what it seems. Could be what it is. But Rot does get up to you.
One of the guys back there, Rot, the one that was chopping meat, the one that just went farther back in the kitchen, he was staring at me when we came in. Now, I don't think I stand out that much. So I think he knows something.
I wonder. Follow me back to the bathroom. And he's going to...
You get an eyebrow raised real quick?
Just come on.
Won't be the only one. He's like, follow me back to the background innocently, and somebody will be nearby, and you'll get that classic American, like that comment's made by a dude who overhears it. Doesn't really look, but there's always that smart ass with commentary, right? And so you hear it as people are eating, it's kind of busy, and you realize no one's paying attention to you because they couldn't hear you unless they're up by you. But follow me back to the bathroom, and you hear Ramsey stalling that comment. Okay, sure. We're not invisible here, right? But we're not exactly sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. As you head on to the back. So there's a bathroom. It has 3 stalls. They look rather nice. The floor is not scummy. It's a clean Chipotle bathroom. Everyone knows these places. Why? Because Bob knows a stupid amount of information about standards, right? And they uphold these here, right? And that's what you have, except for like the odd graffiti that someone's trying to enforce on here. Now, I need to let you understand, Mr. Michelli, what exactly is Rot trying to show?
Well, for the most part, he's using this as his excuse to be able to use unseen passage and not have to draw attention to himself. So 2 people enter. One's only going to leave when that door opens next.
So you stepped in and told him, hey, now that you're in here, hold the door open when you leave, please. I just want to make sure I got this clear. That's it?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Ramsey's going to go over to the urinal. He's just going to stand there for like 5-10 seconds before he flushes the urinal. He's going to walk over to the sink and wash his hands. And then he will walk out, holding the door open just a little bit longer than is needed.
So you walk out, hold the door open, see a guy pass you by, just gives the clap. You ever notice that unconscious thing that when a guy meets another guy and make eye contact, head to the bathroom, you get the head nod?
Yeah, I always.
Like everybody's got this really, hey.
I did that the other day.
At that point, if you don't give the head nod, then it's like aggression, like you're staring me down.
It's weird. Like you needed them to hand the torch to you mentally.
Why can't we just have the doors propped open?
Right, it's weird. The saying it's weird. It's a weird thing I noticed. Anyway, you come out following just as you please. Ramsey, you think he's still in there. Let's be clear, guys. I know out of game you know that, but understand what that must look like. You hold the door open for a few seconds. He doesn't come walking out. You saw him back there. And you're like, what the hell is going on as you head on?
Well, like sometimes you eat something that doesn't agree with you.
You're perfectly chalking up to he has some other way. Like, it's just weird why he had you go back there when he could have waited for that guy to go to the bathroom. To then have somebody, like, how long would it have been, really? By your count, like 8 seconds. It's a little weird, but it's done. But what are you doing, Rot? As you can see, Ramsey looks a little keyed, right? Like his head's kind of cocked to the side, like you just tried to explain quantum physics to a wolf, right? And you hurt his head, and he's trying to unhurt it for a moment as you're walking behind a muse that you've nosed him, as we're going to call it. But what is this? What are we trying to do?
I'm going to go to the back and observe what this particular employee seems to be doing. Texting. Now,
do me a quick favor. Look at your power and read it once. It's important here that we get comfortable with understanding a limitation that might be there before I release you to the wolves, as it said, and react accordingly, because you may want to adjust something.
Message. Yeah, I probably would have a harder time getting back there because that would require having to obstruct something, drawing attention to myself. So
it is an awareness of it, which is fine. I'm not saying not to do it, but is there anything you want to do on top of that? Like, are you Here's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
You're the invisible man and people can see you. Isn't it interesting how they would unconsciously avoid you? You would have to adjust that. And you would have to get used to it. And let's assume you do. Does this mean you're back here with an objective of following this guy, waiting for him to come out? Or are you trying to go back there to see where this guy is, where he's at? That is a close kitchen. Right? We've been to a Chipotle, people can walk by, but really no more than two. Right? 3 or more people, you kind of got the clutter in the middle.
Yeah.
They have to avoid you or not, bumping into each other for no odd reason would draw attention to you. It's something to be aware of it. But that said, you're aware of it, just so we're on the same page.
Mhm.
How close are you getting, and what is your intent? Remember, he just told you it's odd that some guy was staring at him and mentioned it to you. How would you get this guy to act anything different?
I want to follow I want to see if this guy's going to go outside, if he's going to isolate himself, and because I want to see if he's going to, I'm trying to determine if he's a ghoul or not, and if he's reporting, citing a kindred to a higher up.
So let's skip ahead here. It's something I would just do, right? What happens
Okay.
if you make that assumption? What does it fundamentally change right now?
Well, I'd like to glance over his shoulder and see who he's texting. See if I can even get the
Follow
number.
the logic, Mr. Michelli, right?
Yeah.
You have a phone and a smartphone. When you hold your smartphone and you're at work, do you hold it out in front? Like,
Oh,
people
no.
can look over
I
your
hold it
shoulder? No.
down like here.
Exactly. You hold it out, you look at it, you do your message, you move on and put it in your pocket. Make that assumption for the character and understanding that. But what I'm trying to help you with is even before that, there's a certain thing we can agree to. If it looks like a duck and you believe that's what that guy is and that's what's going on, what are the odds it's wrong? If Ramsey spotted him and then your instincts tell you, you know what, I think that guy is a spotter. Let's play this to the hill. How would that guy know you guys are anything different? Is there anything either one of you might have done that you look familiar to have been responsible for that sort of reaction?
Uh-oh, I think I know one of us has. One of his faces. One of us might have their face somewhere.
Well, it's either way, I'll leave that food for thought, but you're going to get as far as to the kitchen to get over there to lean over to check what's going on. They still have a door to get to the back area as well that you have to go through, but it's nothing for you to get up to the counter and have people move around you as you're looking over and looking to see what this guy does. And what he does is he brings back a tray of food. Looks like it's a bunch of white rice. He puts it on the counter on the assembly line and they replace it and they're swapping it out. And he's going to do his part in the assembly line while that meat finishes. You don't know if he was cooking it, braising it. You don't really know. You're not a chef. And he goes back to working that part of the grill. And someone asks for more guac and he'll go and grab that too. And you're paying attention to the assemblage here at Chipotle. However, he'll go back to looking at Ramsey. He'll shake his head a couple times. You're not entirely certain what his deal is. The look this close on his face seems to be concerned, like somewhat keyed up. But you can then hear people back here going, is he still there? And you'll hear, yeah. He says, are you certain you think that's him? He says, nah, man, I just got a feeling, it's weird. It's like, what do you mean it's weird? I don't know. It just creeps me out. You'll hear one person say, you hear another girl like, yeah, it looks odd, right? Did you see his buddy that came in, the burnt like Namvet, whatever that was? It's like, yeah, and she's just going by, doing the drink thing. They'll do the customer stuff ordering, and customers are in their own world talking back and forth. Really, you're just hearing them talk about how you guys seem presented even in normal clothes. And you'll begin to realize, looking around this place, you do stand out.
Yeah.
You did not wear stylish clothes or anything to kind of fit in. You're definitely not young. The people in here mostly are like teenagers. Like we're talking early teens to late teens to maybe in their 20s. That are out and about. There are a couple adults, right, that are maybe stuck in the mall life. They got to do what they got to do. Roadside warriors trying to get a bite to eat. A few of them are there, but mostly nobody is the steady Eddie, seriously death look that Ramsey carries on his face, right? He's out here in Normalville, but you can tell Ramsey's not a guy that puts a fake emotion on his face. No one's talking to him, so he has nothing to mirror or reflect on. So what it is that he had your puzzling thing to think of, and he's looking around the room. And he could really give a shit about these people. He isn't particularly hungry. And you notice when he's not hungry, he doesn't try to blend in any special way.
No, just
him in clothes. but that's enough to get these people concerned. And the final thing could entirely be possible. You're a person of some awareness from the streets. That's what you're seeing a reflection of. When people get keyed up, especially in a place like this and it's public, they're worried of things happening. Two guys walking in that look threatening might be looking to rob the place. You're not real certain. Maybe he is that way, except I'm going to give it to you. Without having to roll, it's a little weird. This guy's still looking at Ramsey, and he's the only one not participating in the coffee clutch conversations going back and forth, other than keeping an eye on him.
Okay. I'll go outside and I'll text him. Let's go.
So I'll get that message and just shrug and go outside.
What else are you going to do? You do get outside. There is no police cruiser or nothing like that. So if they are connected, not very, but who knows what that's about. But sure enough, out back, there is no way that you're anywhere where you couldn't be visible, but it's not any big deal for you to relax what you had activated. It's a simple matter of thought. And you wanting to be seen is simply an act that you can now be seen. As Ramsey, you'll not see him out front, but you go to the side where the dumpster is, and with the cars passing and stopping at the main street light that's there, there he is.
I wouldn't get yourself too worked up on him. Could be nothing, but no, you have a really shitty way of blending it.
What?
You're a killer. You have no way of concealing it. The guy can, when you watch one of those action movies, you know that the bad guy just walked in a scene. That's you.
You're telling me he's just a spooked rabbit?
Exactly it. And the more he keeps staring at you, the more he's trying to piece together where he's seen you, or if his instinct is correct.
Then let's move on to the next. Well, did you learn anything back there in that bathroom?
Only that there seems to be some money owed to, I'm assuming, a Nos, and that Nos might very well be in the area. This might be their territory.
Can you find him? Can you talk to him?
Good freaking luck. That's the gift that we have is when we want to be found, we'll be found. But until then, you're not going to be able to get near us unless we want you to.
Let you stand on that principle, Mr. Michelli. Absolutely, you can say that. Rot does have an idea.
Yes.
It's up to you if you choose to exercise it.
Yeah, might as well. It would be a good point to share with the class. There's a chance we can find them. It's gonna take some time, but we could follow the signs and try and go back to their territory.
You're simply rolling your wits in investigation. You have the lore to make this possible. That's why we're doing this at all. And again, this is something we're looking for based on. I do like that merit too. Sorry. Difficulty you're looking for is 3.
I do a reroll. Willpower.
Yep, you absolutely can. Or succeed at a cost. Your call.
Ooh, let's succeed at a cost. That's always interesting.
All right. I always love those options, right? People get a pass or fail there. What he does, Ramsey, is you'll see him hang out for a second and just kind of go all the way up to the roadside to really look back and stare at this mall area in its entirety.
Mm-hmm.
And before you ask him, like, what's he doing, you kind of get with it. As immediately you put 2 and 2 together. It has to be the mall. The court, the markings. It's the only place here where everybody would be gathered in one spot that would go throughout the day. The guy has to be there. If there is an us out here, it's gonna be inside the mall.
I adore the idea that there is a mall rat Nosferatu.
Who knows what's going on here, right? Maybe it is him. So, what do we want to do from here? I'm only saying that you have a hope in hell. Remember, you succeeded at a cost. Don't ever let your brain forget that.
Let's uh go ahead and just investigate them all further.
Well, some folks might feel that this is a little unnecessary, but I'm going to grant you that I do adore this walkthrough, little piece of suburbia, right? This is what you got going on. The Mall of Gurney Mills is huge. It is definitely well done up. There is more than your fair share of loot that has gone into this place. Even at this time of night, what you're dealing with is that they keep hours open on purpose because this mall is actually trying to catch people leaving any sort of amusement anywhere. However, it is a time of COVID. I would say rather somewhat heartbreaking, though this place is open. Let's see. This is valid. There is a definite little populace you're going to see on walking in. The sparsity in this photo, there's one person. Once you imagine a mall with such vast open court area to kind of walk around in, they don't have that all filled up with good reason, right? Folks not only want to maintain distance or whatever, it's also not the day. A lot of people are either eating or what have you. They're not here. The food court's a different matter. It's all of us. There's definite, it's lively. From hot dogs to corn dogs to definite Chinese food dishes or what have you. It's all here at this food court. But to a kindred senses, this is repulsive to be over here. It's, I hate to say it, for you looking at humans, for both of you, you Sabat, it's like watching cows if you gave them a cafe and coming up to eat, right? From mountains of food and different, like people just not recognizing they're chewing with their mouth open and what have you. All this is going on. And for the players, obviously it's normal. It's just people eating. But honestly, folks don't pay attention to it because you tend to get hungry and want to eat too. You don't really play gatekeeper of etiquette here. However, you're seeing it. Kids eat whatever, this 6 foot, not if they're family, not if they came together. And there's more than enough of that as people are getting down on chow. To that end, what do you feel now? Rephrase in case you don't know. I'll take that pause as maybe a little stuck. You're inside. You figure he's got to be here, or whoever it is here, or any sign could be here. It would be here. However, as clean as this place is, the money that's here and the low populace you're seeing by comparison to the size and the time, maybe not. They got roughly an hour till they're closed. Where would he be? Where would you be? Now, succeeding at cost means you absolutely know the place you would be at if you were here. And mall management seems to be a slam dunk of what you would mess with.
Yeah.
And be there at all. The problem is you're out here to investigate what?
To try and find this sucker. I don't exactly have the direct means to get into. No, I would try and see what if I can get into I forgot to work on this more. I would try and see if I can if I could see signs of a haven, essentially.
Haven.
I mean, around the areas that personnel would be able to go into that normal public would not.
What I will say is an interesting idea that is. You go over to a couple maps, right, to kind of see how this mall is and structured and whatnot. And the idea occurs to you pretty simple. It'd be the back halls of the mall itself, right? This place is a standard mall fare when it comes to that. It's almost as if somebody might have a contract for building it. There's no real vast underground for them to have, though certainly they have sewage and whatnot. Most of it is you have a shop. Next to that shop, there's a back of the house, a place for people to kind of move their shipments in and out, but to be off of the main sales floor area. And this means the wings of the mall itself. You could definitely Phantom of the Opera mall, right? That's easy enough for you to get. Question is cameras. You know they got them. You could even see them. More than at the ends of the hall, you assume every business that has them in here is going to have them and whatnot. And they even got police on site. Good old guards doing their thing, although it is hysterical to you to see a rather interesting mode of transportation. And all the fear that security is going to be top-notch and deadly here comes to mind. As when we say police, a second glance is not police. Right? Gives the feel that you may have advanced customer service for the mall itself. They're here maybe to keep the peace, to watch folks, to keep guard with it, to know what's going on, the whole nine, but nothing beyond that. I mean, if the segue they're writing tells you anything, maybe this mall doesn't suffer massive shootings from the Sabbat or anything of this nature. And even if they did, I'll leave you to draw your conclusions. But just remember, fearsome display of I have a haven here, you don't see. Now, for Ramsey, we're wasting time at this point. It's a great place for people to eat. You can't shake the feeling, though. Iconography doesn't lie. Wormlord, that's here. This is the place it would be in, the most structured area for this person to have hung out here or to be here. It depends on how long you want to wait. They're not going to be someone to walk up to you and like, oh, boo, I'm here. But you definitely know their infiltration would have to be the management office, would have to be security itself. That may take some time unless you're going to do something to shake that tree.
Do want to shake that tree. I do favor the direct approaches.
Well, the shake that tree is rot. That's what I'm talking about. It's going to be your call, rot. Ramsey has nothing to tell him that anything is here other than you should go inside and see where the people eat.
I'll ask him if he thinks he can get himself into security without causing an issue.
No, there's security. Did you not hear of Nick? Never mind. Never mind.
No, clearly I didn't. But might have better luck waiting until close before we try and get in here.
You want to hang out in the mall after close? Would he be here after then?
He can point to you. He points to you on a pamphlet. It's like, yeah, it closes in an hour.
What's waiting an hour to see if this worm lord shows himself?
Took a few hours to get out here. What's another hour?
Yeah, you know what? I can spare an hour of my life that I'll never get back for my ex-Sabbat buddy.
What's an hour when you have all eternity, buddy?
Back to Sullivan and the club. You and Slappy are sitting tight. Are you just going to sit blood, wait for reports, and wait to do something, or what were you guys intending?
I am attempting to. Well, first is first. He will take a look over at Slappy, and he'll say, "I don't know if it's the best or worst idea to have sent both of them out there."
Slappy will just like chuckle and be like, bad or good. I mean, it ill what it ill, right? So, I mean, yeah, you sent I don't know. Ramsey, what I was a little skeptical about, but I mean, Rot's the Nas, right? So he does his thing.
You're not getting what I'm trying to put down here. He'll look a little worried for a moment. It's a high profile case. We sent them out there to go ahead and do something. There's both a plus or minus to the situation. Plus is they do well. We'll look good about the situation itself, and we'll walk out smiling like daisies. I'll be surprised, to be honest, if they're able to come back to us with any real information. The bad side is, will they get caught? And if they do, there's a very healthy chance they're not coming back. So we have to start preparing the event of what if they don't come back, right? What if they are those expendable assets that the ones above us always thought they were going to be? Now, that's not what I want them to be, but we have to face the reality of it here, which means we got to start thinking about the contingency plan. How else can we get information?
Flappy will just roll his eyes and be like, if you already planning for us to fail, then the plan's failed, right?
I'm not planning for any failure, but let's be real here as well. For as many of us as there are trying to uncover something, there's also a huge amount of people as well that would also be working against us. So we have to also hedge our bets and at least make sure that if for whatever reason they get cut off at the pass, we need our backup plan in place.
Look, so
it's on that note, you guys are going to watch Warren come walking up to the table, seeming, well, first off, it looks like there's dried blood on his shirt, like he's had a hell of a night. And that's something for him. He's typically a guy to wear a nice little turtleneck to look delicious, right? Pulling off sexual chocolate motif signs, right? Like the college university professor anybody would love to get an A with, if you know what I mean. And carries that well. There's no pretense here at this point. He looks serious, like someone had ripped his jacket a little bit. Something went down. But he'll walk up, serious like, and he'll sit down next to you, Slappy. Doesn't waste any time in pushing you over either. Like he's coming to sit, and either you're moving or he's sitting on your lap is what it comes into. Like, you didn't give a shit. As it's up to you if you make way. If you're like, whatever, bro, sit on this slap lap. I don't know what you're doing.
No, I mean Slappy would scoot over, but he'd definitely give him the stink eye. Like you in a rush or what? Like,
he'll look at you. He goes, "Let me ask you a question. When you're up here hanging out with everybody, and that all went down, and you have a fucking clue what's going on downstairs or what was there?"
Yeah, it's Bruja meeting.
What the fuck are you?
I'm a Bruja. I lost my invite. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Man, you lose your invite. Cool, whatever. Your info, since that's what you needed, Sullivan. Yeah, I looked into it. My guy can find it. He can piece size. Says whoever it is using old equipment. That a camcorder must have recorded that shit on site by hand and then redoctored it up, have it stored on some sort of storage online, and periodically they just cycle it through. Problem is, he can't get a hold of it. He doesn't just cycle it through there. He's actually moving it and copying it where it goes to. So, and someone else is trying to erase his work too. There's somebody he said that's out there fucking with his shit as he's fucking with theirs. And he quit. He ain't never experienced that. As he told me, hackers is bullshit. What I took from that was that you don't chase anybody through a computer system. That shit don't happen. It's like if you establish a web page, right? Put all the work in, you put the docs up, you put all the programming in, and it's there. You know the web page, you built it. Anybody come in and fuck with that has to at least have an idea of how you constructed it, know what you used to put it up there, and then know your passwords. That shit ain't easy to do. Someone has to figure it out. Whoever it is, figured it out a long time ago. But what he said is someone set up a place to make it look like it was a typical web page, they had this all stored on, and it was really what he said sculpted. Like they built that shit from the ground up themselves. Like he almost fell for it. The thing is that they have a certain signature bullshit. I don't know. I ain't him. Other than I just paid him $2,000 for his effort and time, and all he told me is that it really shouldn't be hard to get that back. It's a radio tower that he kept getting a signal that went back to. You may find it weird, but it had GPS coordinates, which is how I know it's a radio tower. I looked at it already. So it's an actual physical locale that periodically kicks this out. And I don't know if it's telling somebody to upload a program when they get this message, and it's a network of people that have it, but the main source of data, it's one type. So to review as much as I can understand, apparently this signal gets hit from this tower, and someone knows to upload it to like a cloud service thing. And then from there, they send this info to another number. That number's been the same number every time it was used. Apparently the cell number, the SIM thing, doesn't change what it's gone to, and it's the same one every time. So either the person doing it doesn't know about the SIM being tracked to the tower, or it's I don't know. Point is, he said he could trace it. That's going to cost even more money, and at this point, I think he's a little scared too. Shit's fucking illegal. What you have him doing is what I'm saying.
He goes a little bright-eyed at that. He's like, "You see that, Slap?" He's like, "That's exactly what we need."
So is that we go to the radio tower, we can cut this shit off, yeah?
Whoa, if we cut it off, that's just the signal itself. We're trying to find the source. That's the most important part. We need to find that SIM card. Do you have anyone telecommunications?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. We don't know who the hell that is or what that's about.
How much is it going to cost your friend?
Look, it was $2,000, and I just paid him everything I could scratch together to give to him, just to keep him cool. That's not even a full payment, I think, for his effort, man. Apparently, he's been spending a solid week trying to do it. He said it's interesting, but it's not for what you think. It's somebody who's using an old school method that must have been top notch, like back in the day, but like they don't know shit about developers nowadays coming out and what they could do with apps and shit. And so that's the problem. I mean, the signal's on a 3G network. We're up to 5G to give you an idea. So how it's able to drop that, apparently if you get like a dual SIM phone, what he said, they often have two different networks that can pull off that number for the SIM. Or if you like doing, he gave me a damn clinic and an education on it. I don't fully understand an education. I'm just saying we need to pay him more for what his worth, and his goddamn time's a lot worth more than $1,000 or $2,000. I don't know how much more. I ain't trying to fund his college education or buy him a new car, but definitely give him something to let him know it's worth time. He said he can find the dude. However, the risk is he doesn't know when that signal is going to be given again and when it's going to be kicked out. Last time it was given, it came out of Rush Hospital. That much I got. But hey, Rush Hospital, big. It's big. There's several different sites that have a Rush Hospital in the city. But that's what we need to track down that cell tower connect we got to make, because they can know where that phone is immediate, depending on how they have it set.
I'll do it. Ask him how much it's going to cost, and I'll front the pay.
Okay, I got to explain to you how this works, right? When you got a friend or an associate doing work for you, they do the work, they turn around and tell you what they can do. You the one who says that's worth X amount. If they feel that amount's right, they're going to put in that effort, and then everything's copacetic. If you don't know the sweet spot, right, don't say how much it is to you, they ain't about to go break their neck trying to do all that and get arrested to do it. But if you pay enough, they may do that in plus and wrap it up with a tight little bow. It just depends on how much it worked to you.
Right. He'll look up at the ceiling a moment and just kind of rub his chin. Bob, is it possible for me to do a finance roll and see where I could find that sweet spot?
The thing about Sullivan is that this is exactly what he does, right? In terms of the sweet spot. Here's the thing. You don't think your Warren doesn't have a freaking clue of the worth of this guy. Even $2,000, we're talking minimum you gave this guy $10K. The reason why you would have given him $10K is because if he went that far, he did a lot more than illegal shit to get it done, right? I mean, he tracked it. Odds are that guy knows right where this phone is. It's a suspicion you have, right? If you want to get him to give you a contact, that's not happening. You could tell that already. But maybe $10K will be enough to throw it up. Again, that's a lot of money, though. And can't help but let you think that maybe Warren should fit some of this. After all, it's his buddy. At the same time, it is entirely possible it's coteries, and you're willing to try to hook this up to help you out.
All right, Warren. Here's what I think we could do. Considering he's your contact, I'm not going to step on your toes. We're in it together right now, and I see you got a little bit of Anyways, I could afford you a 10K line for you to be able to go ahead and negotiate with this guy. He's actually really good. So don't mess around with him. Treat him right, and this could be another connection you keep pushing up forward.
Yeah, all right. I'll let him know. And just to let you know, Damien got fucked up tonight. Put in a hurt locker. Apparently, Carlisle broke his ass in half at the meeting. Called it a day. Nobody knew he had it in him. There's some beef in Anarchs, man. It's like, look, I know what I formerly was, but this shit's out of hand. You guys have like a Rev Council, some nonsense bullshit that you have going on, and like Genghis know about them, and I guess they hosted and had a meeting here downstairs. In fact, I only know you up here because your asshole manager butt buddy came over and told me what was what, and that's all well and good, but shit got out of hand. There was like some political stuff thrown down. There was some my way or the highway shit. There was old shit brought up, and blows happened, man, and people got busted up. That's that. And it just sits with me some type of way, man. Your sire is a piece of work, Slap. I didn't know that heavy cat was your dad either. Like, you sitting over here acting like you a freedom bitch, playing trumpet for some ass vampires, and you're over there doing what a dude started the movement. And I ain't referring to the Anarch movement. You got deep connects going all back for civil rights, and you're up here being a white man playing a trombone like it ain't no thing, and you an immortal. Dancing to what? You're over here begging for change in the bathroom because you had trouble killing stuff. Meanwhile, you got a sire out there been beating the drum for equality for all, fighting an Anarch movement that's trying to make this all up and up, even for everybody. That's what I'm pissed off about. I get shit because I come from a sect that was willing to die for what they believed in and realize, hey, they got a little psychotic and went the wrong way. But you come from something that's well on that way to doing the same damn thing. I mean, any point you want to chime in with, oh, I knew about it, oh, I'm on the side, oh, I'm connected, you just let me know.
Man, I don't know what the fuck you want me to say. You coming at me sideways like this. I don't like it. I don't like your tone.
You don't like my tone.
Nah, you want to know where I came from? You want to know? You never asked. You never gave a shit to know where Slappy came from. I play the trombone because it means something.
It's with a flash. Warren cuffs you on the side of the head. Now your bitch ass can look at the Sabat and call yourself Slappy, motherfucker. Get up. As he'll move the table, like in a flourish, throw it out. As you'll see his fangs distend, fuck y'all.
Whoa, hold on. This ain't the place.
Might
totally
be.
Not the place.
Give me resolve composure, or you have the option to take the hit that might be, walk out the room.
For me?
No, Slappy.
Oh, okay. Got it.
For the record, he didn't hit you hard enough to do anything but embarrassment. It's clear he intended to do this, by the way, Sullivan. Came over and sat next to him, talked to him in case something was said, but his whole posture was aggression, right? Like he could barely contain it. And then that being said, Slappy's reaction, aggression is met with aggression. You're beginning to see that apparently Brujah blood is contagious in terms that it can travel like a disease from one end of the club to another rapidly.
I mean, yo, Slappy's going to stand up, and I'll give you that resolve composure roll to see if I can maintain it in the room. But fuck that. Slappy ain't no bitch.
Slappy is a musician, though.
It's true. Slappy is a musician.
I'm just saying your hands are important. That's all I'm pointing out.
Thankfully, I'm kindred, so my trumpet hands are important, but they'll grow back.
Look, All right. So looking here.
Well, I'm making the roll. Give me 1 sec.
Slappy, I don't know where the resolve came from. I don't know why you have it, but apparently you a Bruja of epic caliber. As you just don't feel you're pissed, right? He scuffed your gators, as it said. But what he didn't do was cause your beast to get out of whack. You felt it. The urge to meet him where he's at is there, but at the same time, I need to establish the difference between you and the Sabbat. You're taught to rein it in, to keep it in public. It definitely looks like Warren's looking for an excuse to just stop pretending. And that's what he has it right out in front of you, waiting for you to step up to the line for pure violence.
Yeah, I mean, Slappy will stand up and he'll look at Warren like dead in his eyes, and he'll like almost like trying to like, just like keeping it in. And he's like, you got an issue with me, you take it outside. Right now, you trying to shit where I fucking eat.
He'll turn and he'll start walking. And he'll say, the funny thing about a club, motherfucker, is that this is where you eat. It don't have to stand. He'll start heading to go outside.
Slappy's gonna he's gonna start unbuttoning his vest, throws it on the table, takes off his fedora, tosses it on. He'll look at Sully. He'll be like, watch my shit. And then he's gonna start walking outside.
What are you gonna do, Sully? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, you got Coterie people who are like, something happened. I'm pissed, and someone's gonna pay the price. Damn it!
He's taking the fedora and the hat. He's like, we're gonna fix this shit outside. Take it outside right now. We can't be doing that here. Jesus Christ! Imagine someone saw you. At least, for fuck's sake, man.
Well, let's be realistic. You're not exactly the guy sitting back with your two sons who kind of caused a scene at a restaurant at Shoney's, right? This isn't what this is. You have one predator who's looking to have this encounter with something. You have another one who feels that he has a social obligation to prove he ain't no bitch. As he said, you're kind of clear water here. Welcome to the burden of leadership, as Ventrue Clan sees it. In the Clan of Kings, this is the whole problem with Bruja. I'm going to lay it on the line. You want to clean them up? What's going to happen to Warren if it gets out that he is outside rolling vehicles in the street? You don't know what he could do. Slappy's a musician, he's Bruja, and maybe he can rein it in. Clearly, 2 occasions he has tonight. However, Warren came with a rep.
Right. He'll continue, and he'll push himself in front of Slappy, and he's like, you hold your shit. I'll take care of this right now. And he'll head down to see Warren.
So by hold your stuff, your shit, as he said, I'm assuming that meant fedora, his jacket, the whole line. Okay. Slappy, clearly Sullivan's going to try to disarm it before you get out there. You let him?
Slappy's just going to look at Sullivan, and he'll say, he's like, you take care of this, fine. But if he's out of hand, they don't just call me Slappy because I slapped the bass. He'll fucking throw his shit down on the floor and kind of walk over to the bar to take care of the situation with the wait staff and try and soothe it over, fucking pay for whatever damage was just caused.
All it is you go back up to the bar, right, where you were. One guy, and for the most part, he's already handling it. The table being rolled, whatever, he's looking at it. You hear him on the phone, and you come walking over. He'll just nod his head, and he keeps going at it. An establishment like this you have to imagine they expect it. You're up at the place for those outbursts to happen. You're going to have a kindred clientele able to drink blood somewhere. Maybe this isn't the worst they've had to deal with. You'll begin seeing that as you're up here, kind of letting that settle in. The difference is, Sullivan, as you walk past this meeting room right on the way outside where you had to have been, it is destroyed furniture. Right? I want you to imagine it was metal chairs with plastic backing, as you've seen in any hotel that had a numerous, come attend a lecture, come hear things out. And maybe they did it the Bruja way. So they acknowledged it was half circles and cliques sitting together and all here to hear something going on. You could tell someone at the front said something, and that must have been where it began. And this is on an account that that podium's in pieces. Some of it's sawdust. There was such a force that hit that stage that you can see not fist indentations, but straight up holes in the stage platform that's up there. The podium is done. The back wall, and this is concrete, has very questionable marks that are in it because it looks like somebody took a nice sledgehammer and started slamming the wall with it in a couple places. There's blood in some of those indentations. It's a whirlwind. It's like once that started at the front, people were whipping shit at each other back and forth in the aisles or on one side versus the other, as it definitely looks like at a glance, someone said the wrong damn thing to kick a beehive and watch that spill over, is the whole thing. What bothers you is that you're seeing this projection that they have up there, right? And it's kind of faded, but it gets you to stop enough because what you see on there, you see Warren is on the projection. You also see Ramsey. You also see these two other people. You know, there should be a second one that's on there, but he's faded, blurred, like it can't be seen on there. You begin to see the outline of it. Looks like maybe these guys were in a police station, right? You can only tell by that because there's a lot of police equipment scattered on the floor on that faded slide, and there's bodies lying in humps and heaps. And these people are still looking around as it looks like they toss stuff out on the floor and maybe just marauding through it. And this is a lot of what the hell happened here is the question. And what was this about? You don't have any clue. But the simple fact that it was there, you're beginning to understand why Warren might be upset. Is a thing, and maybe there's a reason Slappy wasn't called, maybe on purpose. There's a lot going on here. This kind of gives you an idea of how to maybe what you're walking into, right? Mm-hmm. It's up to you. At this point, he's up top, handling it out, doing his thing, which is what you expect from Slappy. He's aces. It's what you would do. However, outside there's a powder keg. It's up to you how you approach it.
He'll clear his throat as he walks out, looking specifically for Warren.
Warren, for the most part, was expecting Slappy, and it's evil. When you walk out the door, you'll hear a person behind the door who will set down what looks like a silver pole. It's attached at the end. It's the same thing. It's like you would hold up for a velvet rope. He was going to smash his buddy or whatever in the back of the head, and God knows what else. It's a clinic of violence is what you believe he was going to do. And he seems amped up for it. But when he sees you step out, he'll wait a second, let that door shut, and he'll lean in front of it. You'll see him nod his head, taking a moment to calm down, right? You don't know what could have been going on or what sort of expectation he had other than he was looking for that fight. But you have a moment as he's trying to pull it together.
He'll clear his throat a moment. He's like, I actually missed you up there. I didn't see you a little bit earlier. We were talking about this whole Ballard thing. Don't take it for anything other than that. I don't know what the situation is with Slappy. I don't even know what the Carlisle thing is, and I'm pretty sure we'll get a read on it soon. What I will tell you is, I don't know why you felt you had to shoulder it alone. I was literally just walking past that room, and it was my first time walking down there. I knew there was a shit show happening from above, but that was the first time I ever seen anything like that happen. I saw the images. I think it's fucked up. I don't know why you didn't call me for help. I'm your PR manager, man. I can't make you look bad. I'm here to help your image keep clean. Someone talking shit or someone's trying to get you riled up, I'm here for that. I'm here to help calm that situation down so you don't have to deal with it. You know, I could only imagine that the reason why Slappy wasn't down there was because they were probably trying to pick shit on you and Ramsey and whoever else was there. And I don't give a fuck about those that aren't with me right now. Only three I care about, you, Ramsey, and Rot, as far as I'm concerned.
All right. I like what you laid down. Question is what are we looking to do in this situation? You're trying to move emotions one way or the other, trying to get something more? What are we doing?
I'm trying to have him come to a realization that he shouldn't allow himself to get his emotions played. And if he feels that he's alone, he's not. That the burden of this venture is to keep it together and lead them and try to jump on things.
So you're trying to reinforce a sense of a bonding moment? Am I getting that right? Because what I've heard from you is like kind of two things. Like one end, you want to chastise them. That's one thing. The other end, you want to build that relation. And you can kind of, to great difficulty, you could try to do both, I suppose.
Right.
But I would add that maybe he's aware of what he's doing is off. You know what I mean? It depends on what you want to do.
I want to reinforce. I would rather reinforce stability than chastisement.
Okay.
I would rather him know that he's in all state hands.
All state hands. Well, how much effort do you want to put into this, man?
Enough that I'm willing to also put all into it. And even though it's very selfish of Sullivan, he's not sure how far gone this Bruja is, so he's willing to put himself in that position to actually use his beast to shine in this case.
To be solid on that, first off, let's get the die in your hand so you can do the roll. It's charisma, and what you're rolling here is definitely going to be leadership. And what you're looking to definitely add your presence to it. You're also going to get one more die. This is because you've pretty much been rock solid with him, right? You offered to help out, pay his guy the whole nine. It's definitely going to get you somewhere. However, when you see him, the description of how easy his fangs come out, the level of aggression as he wants to kill something, right? And it's definitely what he exudes and what he shows. The concept of rehab might be in this guy, except he's getting a very raw end of the deal, and you don't know what that is, though, right? You're
Right.
beginning to have an idea, right? But if it's true what he said, and like daming the whole nine and the eruption and whatnot, that's clan business. It'll occur to you. You come from a place where the Ventru back their clan, and you get raised accordingly, and you're known that your status and your place in the whole nine. And this Warren guy, he's Sabbat, right? The Sabbat don't care about that. They bring you into what the sect needs, don't care about your origins, even your sire. But what if they get reintroduced back into that system? What does it look like?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's not entirely certain why things got out of hand, or he only understands the piece that pissed him off, and they got caught up in it. Right? Imagine a room full of Bruja. Wouldn't take much for one side to yell at the other, and then from that, probably a well-lit fuse. Now, why this is because you also know from the other end, this guy allegedly sat at the foot of Cardius and had to listen to that stuff. And that's, if it's anything remotely as serious as people make it sound, he should damn well know better. After all, he's on the one strike, you're dead.
Right.
Rude, right? So that's why it's all relevant and important. But it's also hammer home, him not to give a shit is probably directly related to his tenuous hold on his humanity. But your role, sir. Thank you. To that end, he'll nod his head, and he'll just says, look, I'm y'all come in and act like, no, that's not how I want to say this. Look, I didn't know this dude Carlisle existed and was an anarch, and I didn't know that. And then looking what it is, man, I go to college, and there's all sorts of horrible shit I would call slappy, honestly. I really would. There are people who are just, they sympathize, right? I want you to imagine that, you're, I can't call you privileged, you're not even human anymore. But when you was, you understand the whole white stigma? It's how powerful racism is. When you're embraced, it don't go away for us. Can you imagine that? We're elevated above mankind, and we're monsters, but we're still black monsters. But to other people, just means we're now finally what they said we is. You know what I mean? Can you imagine how powerful of a message that is? And I want you to flip on the fact that I sat in a room and I listened to two friends who apparently knew each other for years. This Genghis and Carlisle apparently were a duo, anarchs that kind of ran around these parts. And this Genghis dude is telling everybody how hard it is to be an anarch, to do this and do that and whatever else. Man, I heard Carlisle pretty much spit out this guy's life. living with mommy and daddy's money. He comes from wealth. He went out and did this whole punk nonsense, and it was bullshit. He was out there living a lifestyle that he enjoyed, and went back going to Cubs games and Bulls games and whatnot, dressed with a mohawk and some rivets in his fucking clothes, and thinks he's down for the cause. Meanwhile, he ain't helping nobody. Right? This is the same dude who says, all that was in that room, is what it was. And then, I don't know, man, this Cornelius guy was thrown under a bus because he took care of Slappy. Your boy Slappy comes from someone who was big in the movement, walked out of California and preaching the gospel, came up with that whole Panther thing, the whole shtick, right? It's all here. And people were being hunted by the FBI straight up and shut that shit all down. Cornelius is a product of that in the past, man. And this dude Slap gonna act like I'm up here playing blues instruments and that all that matters, man. He turned away from it. It was cool when it was the cool thing to do when he was white and could be cool hanging out with the black. But the moment he became what he is, he turned his back on it, didn't give a shit. How do you know? I'm stuck in a Bruja meeting and I'm being brought in because they want to do me a solid. When I started asking around, I got wind of it. How I got wind of it is because, funny enough, when you actually go and talk to some of those people you see lying around at them, what you call them social parties, people got to meet. We met the Prince there once, like at that Shed Aquarium.
Right.
Those places. There was an art thing that happened. I couldn't get in the door, but I talked to a few people, and Damien is the one who told me I could show up to this meeting, and I should. I didn't know what that was about. Well, it was simple. Damien is owed. He's owed because he took care of Slap. And he told Cornelius that. Right? So Cornelius said, "You think I owe you for some shit?" And I said, "That's how it should work. If Slap's your boy, you're owed because this dude owe you. What's the big deal?" And Damien said that, Slap's going to play with him. He's going to take him up in his thing, and he don't want to do sheriff no more. He wants out. And Cornelius called him a traitor. So straight up, you want to give up your position that you earned, a young black man, and do what you're going to do right? Like, man, Cornelius thinks because it's a black prince, it's a black sheriff, and, we should have black primogeny, and it's going to be, I don't know, Wakanda or some shit. I don't know. But it's diluted. That shit don't matter. And he's making it a thing. And it's like, okay, cool. But then Carlisle started laughing in his face. And Carlisle told everybody, "You're food." And the thing that fucked with me, man, when this Carlisle cat started speaking, he's right. It don't matter. We're food. Ain't none of this matter. It's the same permission council it's been since Maxwell was up there as Prince. Maxwell was a black prince. If it mattered back when his old ass was in the game, it would have mattered anywhere. We don't care about that. Right? It's just that simple. Nobody care about that. They're making us think about it. And then I started thinking about it. Why don't we care about it? Well, it's because what they told us, it don't matter. Man, you quiet, Sullivan, I get it, but understand, man, what does it matter? If we're up here being what we are, who we are, why should we care about humans if we're not them? And if we're going to care about humans and pretend to be them and do this whole masquerade bullshit, then we have to at least care what they care about. And by the way, just because I'm an immortal doesn't mean I ignore the fact that I know how hard it was to struggle through what I did to come up where I did. Man, I'm university educated. That shit wasn't easy. And it's hard for everybody. But like your ass came up hard too. It don't matter, man. University ain't easy. Money ain't easy. None of this is easy. But here I am in a room with people who can barely handle themselves and they're hungry. And that shit's thrown out like it's nothing. And then Damien said something he shouldn't have to Cornelius and got his ass beat. Right? It just happened. And by the way, it wasn't Cornelius that did it from my assault, man. It was quick. It was Carlisle laying pain. And then they blitzed that stage. There are like all sorts of lines being drawn here, man. And the thing is, I thought the Bruja weren't part of your clique no more. They ain't in this cam shit.
There's a couple that are. There's
a couple. I'm in a room of 13 that I walked in the door with that are anarchs. They call themselves the Rev Council. Right? There are like 30 motherfuckers in that room, man. Like it's a clan meeting. You're telling me all of them went in Bruja?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying everyone gets to make a choice. By and large, your clan, the Gangrel as well, they took their walking papers. I'm not going to say it was for better or worse. Shit, I can't even say anything at all. I am what I am. You came up, I came up, and I'm going to tell you the truth of it. And this is the reason why I do what I do. It's a shit show no matter how you take a look at it. What you come to realize when you're dead is that it's still the same. There ain't no release about the same thing. Same issues that you were just talking to me about are the same issues I face now. I tried doing the best in terms of sales, and here I am scrapping for the best just to capture the attention of others. Why? Because if you don't, it's an endless loop of what? You might as well just meet the sun at that point. But there is a way about it. Now, I'll tell you this. There's only a couple of things that, past whatever my clan tells me, between you and me, you at least have some choices, right? You say I'm from a privileged situation, but privilege also carries a whole shitload of weight. I can't do certain things about it because I'm already built into it. You, however, and your crew at least get to argue about it. And yeah, things are broken, but you know what? It's going to get cleaned up anyway. But at least you get to make your own particular type of difference. I guess as a Bruja, count yourself lucky at least having that. I'll never say that publicly. Don't ever anticipate me saying that publicly. But from you to me, I'm just giving you that shred of hope because it's the only thing you could hold on to right now to know you can make a difference yourself. How you're going to make that difference, that's on you. I'm just trying to help you get into the right. Afterwards, that's on you, buddy. But I'll be there.
He'll lean in close and he'll put a hand on your shoulder and be like, man, I appreciate it. I do.
He's like, I don't get Slappy either. And to be honest, each one of you are radically different than the rest. At least us, we're kind of cookie cutter. One white guy from another.
On that, we're correct. We are radically different. He'll turn around and he'll go, hey, did you ever notice how things are different now? In particular out here in these alleyways and how dangerous they get? I mean, like, people leave through here to go out back to go to like a sidecar to pick them up, right? Why do we only got one light for the whole damn alleyway? He'll point up. Weird, isn't it?
He'll look at the light. I'm assuming it's on purpose.
Now, hold that thought. When you look back down, it's not Warren at all standing in front of you, though he is wearing Warren's clothes. He'll have a shitty grin on his face. Very, very much amused with himself, by the way. What bothers you is how his face is really implacable. There's no emotion at all. For all the motion you saw up and down one way, down the other,
Right.
This one's pretty standard. He'll stare at you and he'll go, son of mine, I wanted you to know that's how close we were. Warren, me, my family, my boys. I kind of hope Ramsey would be here. I thought he was. That was my thing. He's gone though. It's a shame for you. Hey, that Bruja room, I don't really know what happened any more than you did. I kind of wanted to see what sort of person you guys were shacking up with. You guys, right? You're the freedom fighters. You're going to take care of it all. Am I right?
Does he recognize him?
Oh, you're looking at it. That's posted the picture in there, right?
Right, but I don't think I'm wondering whether or not Sully will recognize who this person is.
This guy's familiar with you. He's creepy in a way that should be creepy, right? For one, he just pretended to be some angry black guy by the name of Warren. What bothers you further, he came with information you specifically sent Warren out for.
Right.
He's like, so I'm gonna go ahead and take care of that money for you. I'll pay your guy. I don't even know what that's about, but I think it's relevant to Warren. Does he need that? I mean, you're babysitting. I'm just checking in on my boys. Really?
He would need it to do what he was following up on.
All right.
Where's Warren?
That's $1 million question. I missed him. Hey, he's lying. He's wearing his fucking clothes, right? You know Warren wears those clothes. You've seen him wear them. He's like,
right.
I don't know. It's right through my fingers. You know how kids are these days, so easily distracted, hanging out with a different crowd. He thinks that's his family now, the Bruja. Ooh. I got to tell you, though, they're liars. My kids all are. I mean, they just lie. It's all they know how to do. They're not they're like deep plants. It's in their mind to be what they are right now. And in a moment of my choosing, I'm the priest, you understand. I'm going to take my mental key and unlock Warren, and he's going to kill you. I could tell you Warren doesn't like you. He never did like your type. And you're going to be number one on his list, just like I know Ramsey's going to rip apart your little trombone player. It's triggered words. They can't help it. It's instinct. I helped put it in them. I taught them that their beast is what they are. I just wanted you to know that. Now, if things are on the up and up, it's on account of who your dad is. I'm giving you a lot of leeway. Say a little respect, right? I mean, can I see your ID 1 second? I think you are who they said I couldn't kill.
He just goes and he says, like, I'm Sullivan Carter.
Right. Your ID. I know you heard me. Don't get punished now. That's still on the table. All good boys follow instruction. He'll literally tap his hand right here. Hold it out.
He'll aim for his pocket, but while keeping eyesight, he'll raise his ID and he's about to place it in his hands. He'll attempt to compel him to go, to just leave.
Please do, sir.
Keyword attempt. Please, Jesus. That is.
Well, you better be praying to Jesus for that.
Someone's gonna. All right. Well, let's see if it works. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted you. There we go.
It's up to you. Well, we can keep that as is as the effort, or do you wish to like willpower that further?
I will attempt to willpower in hopes of doing something.
Let's see about all the chips, shall we?
There we go.
Something miraculous happens. You're like, you tell him to leave, right? Go. And his whole demeanor will change. And he'll just, oh man, oh, what a nap, huh? Oh, Jesus. Where are we? What state is this? He'll just stretch his arms out. We in Connecticut? No. Who the hell are you?
No one. I'm Sullivan. He'll put his ID away again.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're good. I don't even see a cop car. I did that once. Don't worry about it. It's an old thing back in the. You see my wife?
No. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Hang on. You'll see him turn his hand like just the inside to look. You're kind of alarmed that you can see there's a lot of writing on like all across his hand, all the way up the inside of his arm, and he's like, "That's not. No, that is. I'm Michael Carter, 3841 South Michigan Avenue."
Micah, do you know how you got here?
Yeah, no, that's what I was asking you. Like, it happens sometimes. I suffer from narcolepsy. I gotta go though. You don't mind, do you? Like, I hate to be rude, but like, I'm gonna go home. I think this is home.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Yeah. He'll start walking off. You'll see in his right hand, as if he can't put it away, despite what you've compelled him to do, there is a scalpel, and you're pretty certain he was going to start cutting your face up. Right? The way he has his back and just behind his hip as he was talking to you, and you remember he put his hand on your shoulder when he was talking to you and demanded that ID. It's Sullivan. There was a huge threat that you were facing right there, but then you don't know what that was. Did he suffer a psychotic? You don't know what the hell that is. But he's walking off. It's just interesting to see how hard he's trying to get something back. Maybe his body's not obeying him as he starts heading down the street. Apparently confused, even starts whistling.
He'll frantically aim for his phone and try dialing Warren's number.
You won't. It doesn't. There's no pickup, but you definitely can leave a voicemail.
Warren, it's me, Sully. Hey, Michael Carter. Do you know this guy? He had me thinking it was you. I don't know whether or not he's just playing a prank. I don't know how these people work. Something about you being his son, his family, and how. Listen, I can't talk about this now. Give me a phone call when you can. Bye. And the next person he's going to call is Slappy.
All right. One could call Slappy, but you're going to stay out in the alley and make phone calls, do you think?
He's heading back up.
Okay. That's what I was saying. You know, Slappy.
Yeah, he needs as he starts moving, because it's safer in there than it is out there with this Carter fellow.
Back to the gurney, though, as this is going on here, as I often like that, transitions being what it is. Gentlemen, you're of the mindset that you're going to stay after an hour past close. Is this still valid?
Yeah.
My name's Michael Michelli, and I'm looking down.
Sorry, the audio on my Bluetooth pinged right when you said my name.
No problem. Did you hear what I said, though, or was that
No, sir.
Okay. So we transition back to you to monopolize the time we got here to wrap that up. You guys are going to stay after close, and you had an idea, right? There's a security office. We're going to go approach this office or not. What are we doing here? You'll hear the closing from all announcements for people, hey, start filtering out to do the whole nine. People way before already were in the process leaving. They know what time the mall closes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I'm going to attempt to approach the security office without being noticed by anyone who might any security personnel who might still be patrolling the main areas. Make sure everyone did leave, and
you will approach the security booth area, right? Or excuse me, the security office itself, because it is an office. My question is, when you say you're going to approach, we're doing the NOS invisibility thing. Are you going to use obfuscate, or you just no one's around? I'm going to head over there. Okay. So with confidence, you're heading over to the door, and you'll see at the security booth, glass door is shut. It's labeled security on the outside. It has this sort of white watermark thing on it. Very nice symbols being used, marking it, Gurney Mills Mall Security, which is great and all. It's not a police station, and you'll see that maybe they might think it might be a little bit. You see that they have all the typical seating you would see for security of a place this size, with the multiple screens that sit around in a wraparound. You also see there's one person there. This guy couldn't be, honestly, heavy set, big guy, not a day over, I'd say 30, but looks bored, right? African-American gentleman. You see he has a bag of Skittles sitting out on the counter, and he's just staring at the screen, sort of whatever. He has a headset on that he might be dispatch, but you imagine there's a bunch of ridiculous shit he has to do. From a glance on the counter, there is a nice little binder where you could see written, incident report, that apparently people have to fill out if there's something they want to come in and talk about. And there is something filled up on there, though you're not reading it. And this is boring, right? This is literally what people have to get paid to do. That's what that guy's doing, is just sitting there.
I'm gonna take him from behind, put him in a sleeper hold, and knock him out.
So you're going to open this door, because like I told you, it's an office. You're looking outside
Right.
and in, seeing through glass. This is a door.
Yeah.
You have to open to get in, and you're just going to open the door, walk in, and jump the counter and choke him out?
I should probably test the door first. I don't want him to. It's probably locked.
I don't know. I need to hear what you're doing.
I'll test the door.
What's the test?
Just a very light tug to see if it
Okay.
gives.
Remember the rules of how your stuff works, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the door, you're going to open it a little bit.
Right. If this would break the obfuscate.
Right. It's stuff that you could do. But what I'm saying is that we can't have perfection here. Once committed,
Yes.
it's done, right? So if the door is unlocked, it's going to open. He'll notice because he's bored.
He'll notice.
right? He's sitting there and there's a door just done. And you're fine with that. You're just going to open it a little bit and let it shut.
I'll take that if the door opens. Yeah, I'll take that and I'll go for it.
Creepy guy in a horror film, right? Because someone he didn't notice. He's like, door opens maybe a few centimeters and you let it close. No, it's not locked. You definitely see there's a green indicator on the side that maybe he could lock it, or maybe this is what they open and close the place with when it's all shut down. You have no idea. It's not your bag, Dad. You didn't set it up, but you do know you can just walk inside, and he's now looking at you weird, like, and you'll even hear him. Can I help you?
Sure didn't expect him to it to be unlocked. God damn this.
You say goddamn, and he wordlessly says goddamn, right? Because as he's taking you in and sees the burnt marks on your face and the haggard look you have, he's sort of like, damn.
I'm going to lunge for him and
just want you to know,
to the ground.
I just want you to know, this is probably one of the most amazing things I've heard. So you touch the door a little bit. He looks like, damn, can I help you? And you're like, ah! You just run and dive over the counter. So,
well, I sure as hell didn't expect him to, but be just like going,
I'm perfectly fine with it. It's just we all watch horror films differently. That's all I'm saying.
Right?
Go ahead. I think it's Dex that's going to be faring here for one reason. Want us to navigate this counter, right? Give me your Dex brawl. And this is the tackle, man. This is what we're here to do. What I'm going to tell you, I'm going to assign this. I'm going to take away a die. You are dexterous enough to make this attempt. Your guy's not exactly an expert in what I like to call get 'em status, right?
Yeah.
Putting it gently. It's not to say you can't hold yourself in a fight, but let's just say maybe abduction and attacking. Everyone learns somewhere.
One success.
All right. What happens is you want to jump in your head. The movie is you run and leap over the counter with a neck high tackle to get him. And what happens is you run and scramble over the counter, having to get over, right? Because it's not exactly a hop as you slip a little bit and kick the stuff everywhere. This guy is like, what the hell? Jumps back, picks up a chair, and pushes it into you as you stand up. He's not Jason Bourne. I'm stuck in this room, and I'm in the booth behind the counter, and you try to hop a second table to get to him, and he checks you with the chair, and he's like, help me, help, help. He's just shouting where he is, but you know he has a headset on. For Ramsey, you're watching Segway Cop, right? He's like talking to people, just like, hey, everybody, thanks for coming back in. Yeah, you got to leave. And he locks up one door in like he's supposed to, leaving one door unlocked. And he gets to the Segway, and you see him lean in, and he starts heading back. And then you see him grab his head, like the side of like his ears for a moment, like he doesn't know what's going on. He's like, oh my God. And then he really leans forward. It doesn't go quicker. You know what I mean? It's just he thinks it's going quicker. It's like it went until he leans forward. Now it's but there's no speed increase. But you can tell he certainly thinks there is, as he's going back. Something must have happened.
Yeah, I thought I lost it, but my Abbott senses, they are a tingling. I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna try to be a little bit more circumspect with my approach, though. I will start. Fuck it, people are leaving. I'm just gonna go to the security office.
I'm gonna tell you it's a Segway, and you're a vampire.
I'm gonna walk.
A fast walk. Him. Right, exactly. You're like speed walking. Who's he outrunning, right? There's no like Mach 2 he's trying to go on. Your assumption is it probably goes faster when it had a full battery, maybe, or he's just not that good at it. It's just he's lazily right. It's mall security.
I know, right? I know. Paul Blart is not a big threat.
Everyone thinks people are like that. I'm just saying they're not exactly geared with the car or the golf cart here. Not here anyway. Inside, as you take the corner and round it, we're into round 2. We haven't subdued the guy yelling for it. You can hear the shots for help, by the way.
Oh.
When you round the corner and there's screams, that is going on and it's very real. It's not to say you were frozen and don't get those seconds. Because of your limited abilities, your problem is you're grabbing the chair, trying to rip it out of his hands, and he's able to hang on to it as you're kind of pushing back and forth because he's really good at stopping you from coming over playing goalie to defend himself, and he's certain you're some type of monster now. Unfortunately, you are. And you don't quite have what it needs to subdue him here. In time, you will, because the profuse sweating he has now, the panic that's set in, it's a bigger guy. You can't keep this up forever, and you know that. However, what are you doing this round? We're going to change tactics, or are we going to keep trying to wrestle the chair from him?
Well, now he's seen my face. He's got to go. I'm gonna go for the throat. I'm gonna try and just drain him.
You're go for the throat and try to drain him. Well, there's a series of steps we got to do here. One is he is king of the goalie of where he's
king of this chair.
So give it a go. You have this dex brawl you're trying, and we're gonna keep trying this until it works. However, I got to take away 2 dice this time. It's the same behavior that we're trying to go for, this ostentatious ability to just drop a guy and get over, and he's well protected and defended from his positioning. However, at this point, what is that? Well, hand. So at this point, yes, DJ, you're fine. You're able to struggle. You get the chair pinned to the counter, and you're starting to come across. And the problem is he's going across the other side of the chair. Maybe it's a win, but it's like, chair down. It's in the way. I'm coming to get you. And he's like, I'm fitting to leave, right? Going over the other side, huffing and puffing, trying to get there. This kind of segue, we'll let the segue go. What I mean by that, Ramsey, you'll see him like, holy and he'll stop, see if there's some struggle inside, and he goes to run into the building, or into the office, excuse me. What are you going to do?
Oh, I am running into the office after him.
To do anything to him, or are you just running behind him to see what's happening?
I definitely need to see what's in there. Once I see, I'm going to try to grapple him from behind, the man running in, so that my good old buddy Rotford doesn't get attacked from behind.
I'm just making sure I got this sequence of events correctly. He starts running, right, to obviously get in the office, abandons the segue. You're just going to run in behind him and then see that someone's trying to move the counter, just agree to jump this guy.
Yes.
Okay.
I have
just
a
making sure I had that down.
Explanation about what is happening.
It's just Dex Brawl, man. On the run.
It's just Dex Brawl, baby. It's not the right room. Where's my room? There's my room.
Here's the thing. It's not Dex Brawl when you butcher somebody.
It's not.
This is where the beast maybe should be put in check more often. It's up to you. You can let the dice be where they're at, or you can re-roll.
I thought there was a difference between messy critical and critical. Is there? Am I wrong?
What we're looking at right here is a difference of opinion of you, Mr. Sabat guy, grabbing this guy from behind, and he doesn't know what's going on. This is what's called over and done.
Yeah, I'll re-roll.
Right? Well, I'm just asking you, because if you're telling me, you said attack him. Note what you two don't do. Right? He's looking to kill and drain instantly despite what's in front of him. Like, no descriptor of how to get it down. That's fine. I understand what he wants to do. And you're like, I'm going to get him from behind, but you're not giving me, I want him dead. I want him detained. I want him unconscious.
I'm grappling him from behind and subduing him. I'm not trying to turn this to a bloodbath. This is not Police Station 2.0.
Okay. So to use subdual, your character, let's just say there's limited knowledge as to how to get that done. Simply slamming his head against the wall. When you think your character could choke something out, I hate to tell you, you don't know how to just do that.
Oh, no, he does not.
Right? So come with me on that. Ramsey's a killer. Not many killers know how to just simply, okay, I'm just going to do this to him. So what you're going to do is you're just going to hit his head into the counter and hope that's enough. I'm letting you know that roll says you more than hit his head into the counter. Like he hit and stops moving, that stops. You're no doctor, but he needs one.
That's fair. I will give you that. So that is where we're at.
Okay. So one down, Ramsey standing there looking at you like it's that simple. Big Boy's trying to come across, sees Ramsey, and it's not simple. What are you going to do, Rod? Are you going to continue? You going to let this go? This guy is more than like begging for his life. It's just he doesn't have the air to say it. He's keyed up. He's overworked. He's very tired. He's sweating profusely. He's now the panic is at an all-time high. Well, what are you two doing? Well, Rod, what are you doing?
Can't be a nice guy to this one. Can't have any witnesses. I'm going to slowly back him into the corner and snap his neck.
So, reality, right? Despite how lethal we want to be, Ramsey, you watch this struggle. When he grabs this dude and this guy knows what's going on, Rod's not a physical powerhouse, and you note that. His idea of what he thinks is skill, this guy is still a security guard, and he's a big guy. Size matters. Mm-hmm. They're not equally skilled either. This guy knows enough that when Rock goes forward to just get him, slaps his hands down and shoves him hard to the back of the counter, which almost causes him to spill over. Rod will redouble his efforts to go running forward, and you're watching this. It's like a older adult keeping a small toddler from trying to eat him. Why it's that way? There's a lot of hand slapping as Rod's trying to grab him to get him in, to get a hold of him, to like grab his neck. And clearly you can tell he wants to choke him out to no avail, right? There's a lot of that going on. If you help him, probably you could, you're not entirely certain what he wants to do.
I will help pin him down.
All right. When Ramsey gets involved, why we're not going to roll, it's two of you, right? He can't possibly keep up with that. Ramsey, when you come over and he's like, you'll watch him make the fatal mistake. He takes his hand down. And why it's a mistake, Rot was already in him like an anxious dog trying to get at his jugular. The moment he brings his hand back, and you can tell it's probably to grab his mace off his hip, he has one arm, ignores it, and bites him in the face. Why this is done is because frenzy is inevitable. I'm not going to even have you roll for that, Rot. You've been trying desperately to get this guy, and he's been antagonizing your beast. At one point, you just give in, and instinct's a mofo. And this close, when you see that opportunity, there is a gusto. The beast definitely knows what to do, and that is to just bite this guy and keep biting him. And this guy does go to raise his hand up against him, thinking he can push him away, but when his finger gets bit halfway off, he's now screaming. That pain allows you to grab him, and you both subdue him to the ground. Rot starts tearing at his neck, like he was desperate to do it. And when he does so, he's not even feeding. He's just doing it to tear out chunks, to play in his blood is what it looks like. Now, for that all being said, it is but a moment, right? Mm-hmm. Rot loses it, kills the guy. It's on the ground. It's done. Rot, you have him there. And not exactly how you intended it. You're going to break his neck anyway, but now he's dead. Here he is. A lot of blood on the ground. Subdual enough. No 30 cops compiled in. No one came running into their rescue. You didn't shatter glass, and you realize you're in a security office with two dead guys. Well, one unconscious, maybe dead or will be. Hard to tell. Definitely not moving. What are you both doing?
Well, Rot, you wanted to get in here. What did you want here?
Well, I need to go through this and see if I can find any evidence that someone else is using this place as their haven. Then I need to clean that mess.
He'll look down at the mess. Okay. What is the evidence of a Nosferatu being here?
Now, Bob, I don't know this. Would Rot know anything?
Well, Rot has a suspicion that if it's anywhere, it would be here, right?
Yeah.
Which you would do. And how do you think you would take over a mall like this if you wanted to control it? What would you do?
I would probably adjust the security to just be outside the one spot that I use to get in and out all the time.
Yeah, and it's things like that. I'm not going to discount your logic there. Like maybe you would do that. Most likely, you'd have a guy in the payroll that maybe watches things for you and maybe not know that he reports to you to
Yeah.
keep it on the up and up. Anything odd happen, anything news happening, anything worth knowing. Maybe there's not a magnificent hold. Like maybe this isn't a dystopian Archon controlled Justicarville and
Sure.
with ghouls with guns and the whole nine. However, the name Wormlord is disturbing to you, and in a city that was a little more intimidating than not. To see it out here could be part of a network, maybe. And yeah, there could be a guy here. But as far as you're concerned, this guy would come in here, use the security office for info, have cameras to check it back. Now you're going to need time. It's that simple. You realize that. And you'll be also begin to realize maybe if these guys were awake and conscious, they could have gave you more info.
Yeah.
Right. There's a chance that most likely you could have intimidated one of them, figure out who a boss is, who they talk to, or maybe not killed one of them. That might have been possible too. But at this point, you have what you have. Cleanup is nice, but you do have access to something. That's all the cameras that are here.
Yeah, I'll go through the cameras to see if I can spot anything that would stand out to me as a Nosferatu looking for another one of my kind.
Now, it's not a problem to start playing around with the cameras, right? This thing is sophisticated enough to where it's open. There's somebody posted to do it. It's recording footage. Your character's not an expert in all this, but enough to kind of fool around a bit. For Ramsey, he begins playing at the desk in the broken wheelchair to figure out what it is that he is messing with. A lot of mall corridors. It's where they're looking at as the entrances and exits. One overlooking the food court. Now, all of this seems pretty, honestly, boring. There's a lot of footage it took today. There's a whole day cycle we can completely ignore. Anybody in the day wouldn't be somebody you wanted anyway. However, you are going to find something interesting at night. At least shows that he's not completely off his rocker for being out here. It disturbs you. There's about 3 people. They look like teenagers, but they're definitely, one of them is horribly scarred in the face. Like rot looks messed up with the half rottedness and whatnot and the messed up hair. This kid looks like something similar was like a flesh eating disease happened to him. Like his one eye sunken in. And you can see that he walks around with no lips either at certain angles, that you can see it obvious. Nobody pays attention to him. And watching how it works, you see this kid kind of go about his business with the other 2. And the other 2 are just any old boy and girl, even on camera. What I mean is they seem to mimic the dress style of the people that are here in the mall. So they got like the latest state-of-the-art shoes that probably came out of the shoe store. And they got the clothes that you saw that had on a mannequin at a Hot Topic that is there in the mall, right? Like they're living at the mall somewhere, right? This is what you could see. And when they're at the food court, you'll note the guy with the messed up face points at one of the kids. It's not one of the parents. It's a kid who seems like he's doing really well, eats an egg roll or 2, goes back to the arcade, comes back maybe 10 minutes later, and they take an interest in him. And when he goes back the 3rd time, they all go into the arcade area and nobody comes out. And you fast forward and parents don't get panicked. The parents come to the security office. You watch them all come here to deal with it. And that was about, give or take, looking at the time and coordinating, you would have been at the Chipotle.
So that was recent. Can I look at that incident reports that was on the table?
Yeah. Look at the incident report. It stacks up to what you're seeing. It says their son went to the arcade, didn't make it out. They don't know where he went. He's lost. And they were going to come back to file a police report, but they were coming back with the police. And as the woman put in here, you get off your lazy fat ass and do something. And she hand wrote that in here and then left to go apparently to the police station, you assume. But it makes sense to you, Ramsey. You dealt with that. It would probably be a police problem anyway. These guys are, some company hired them to watch and report. That's what you do in terms of security. And that's that. But predatory behavior, something you're used to seeing. You don't know who those kids are. You don't know what's going on. You do know they're kindred. It bothers you, that pack mentality. The 2 are lower. We'll call them beta-esque if it helps you. And those might even be retainers, which is the bad thing. If those are retainers, that means that's a master of a type. let's be cheesy. Maybe Ramsey does use a master classification, but that means that master is powerful enough to shield the other two from being seen as well. And then they isolate who they want, went, and fed. Had to be a feeding. Or it made another one of its own. As the report says, the child's not been found, and it's been hours.
Mm-hmm.
But I must add,
how many
no
exits
cops
in
are
an
here.
arcade? Yeah. Ramsey will just turn to rot. The arcade's where we're looking. Or where the trail starts. That kid with the partially eaten face. That's the one we're looking for.
The one and he points at the screen. That one?
Yeah. Yeah. The other two with him, they're with him, but they're not going to be the ones that can give answers. Not the ones we want.
All right, then.
We probably just made a mess on his territory. It seems he gets his clothes from the mall, or at least tries to fit in with it. I want to go and kneel down over the one eye bashed his head into the desk.
Mm-hmm. What are we looking for? By the way, his eye did mouse over. Is bleeding. It's a deep cut. Will need stitches, but as far as you can tell, his shallow breathing, he'll make it. The one thing that's disturbing is the level of bruising that's happening on the head, and looks like it goes underneath the hairline. Yeah, you don't feel any way about it. I'm honest, it's Ramsey. It's, hey, he'll live. Maybe not passing any memory tests later, but this is good enough. What are we looking for as we're checking him out?
Mostly that. Part of me was debating on whether I should attempt to ghoul him or something to that degree, but I don't think now's the time. I'll just leave him as he is.
Okay.
If I feel he's gonna make it anyway, and I'll go help Rot with cleaning this up.
I think Rot's gonna spend some time. He's gonna spend at least the briefest second. I feel like staring at the messy at the guard he killed, and he's not happy with himself.
I understand that. That's why, if you could, at the end of this scene here at the moment, as we're going to clean up and do what we can, you do have the wits and investigation to clean up as good as you can. I'm going to count that as being what it is. That's noticing blood, how to clean up and to do all that. For Michelli, where you could have the dice to say it, and for maybe anyone watching, my rationale here is the fact that I'm not going to harass you for a die roll to know how good you clean up, knowing you can only clean up so good. It's not about you being able to clean up. It's about whoever else coming to find out if you did leave evidence behind. That's where the action is. So you're just going through it. However, it is Ramsey who reminds you to lick the wound. And he says it derogatorily. I know that because that was a sticker point for you a while ago about why would you do it to pray. But this time it begins to make sense, Ramsey. It's about cleanup. If you had to take a remove, you were here before, and you know these people are a stickler about it. There's a certain head that was lost in the laundry machine where you got static because of how it's happened, and someone hung it over your head. Not this time. Lick that wound.
Yeah, right.
Great.
Yeah, right.
Best of luck to you. And he'll do it. And the magic of the curse is in effect as that seals up. The rest is blood on the floor. This is even easier. Well, I should say it's easy as you want it to be. There is a cleaning closet. Every security station I've seen in my life has had access to one because, especially in a mall, they got to clean up wet spots, mistakes, and God knows what else that happens in a mall if cleaning services aren't around. That's them. And they certainly have it. It's all in one and good kit for it to do. That's good. However, your remorse is in question. Where I think you might have it, I'm going to rule that you were down one humanity, and I'm not going to make you roll for it. I'm not even giving you stains for it. I'm taking the humanity.
Are you referring to me? To Ramsey?
No, to Rod.
Okay.
To Rod. This is because you willfully chose to kill this person repeatedly. You didn't have to, but this is preordained from on high. And this is why I didn't say take stains for it, because I wanted you to hear yourself say, I want to kill him. This guy was harmless. Who is he going to kill? Your rationale was he saw your face.
Yes.
No offense. You're an Nosferatu. I understand that might be a thing, and you want to hold that up to it. A knocked out guy could say a lot. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation like that. I want you to think that guy has to. A lot of people think this. You play a vampire, and that person can describe you as being a vampire. In real life, right now, if you're done with this, you turn around, and your friend, your wife, your lover, whoever it is, goes, "I think I ran into a vampire at the mall." What do you mean? You have exactly. You don't even get it before they're mocked, right? And they're going to be like untouched and crazy. Sure, they shouldn't have saw you, but then they get the task of trying to explain someone who's very good at using something called obfuscate, which messes with the mind.
Yeah,
That has an after effect we don't even talk about much because honestly, you wouldn't know how it is. But if you need a description, remember you were in an abandoned railway system dealing with
I was in a moment, where I was still foggy.
Exactly. And you had trouble dealing with that. Is it an advanced level obfuscate going to help you out? No. It's how I understand and know obfuscate to be. Right? For the victim, it's something else entirely. And yes, where you do remember it, it's not with 100% clarity sometimes. And it leaves a doubt in you as to whether or not that person was there, though you know they were. You possess the abilities that were used in there. And yes, they were more advanced than you, but you're aware of that feeling. This is exactly what that mall guy experienced. Because remember, he saw you in a shocked moment. And I'm going to help you out. It wasn't your appearance that bothered him so much. It was the sudden appearance of you. In a way, you were an asshole and you didn't mean to. It's psychotic to play with a door. You like, imagine if you were invisible and you could just push the door open a couple times and you're sitting there bored off your ass, not paying attention. Oh, the small, a million times I looked at that door. It's always shut. No big deal. And then suddenly you hear the dint, because that's what happens in certain security areas, and maybe you had it or not. But then you look over and there's a guy like this. Right, just suddenly he's there, and you look up like, "What the? Can I help you?" And you charge in. He's like, "What the?" Right, panic, pure panic. He had. You did something very brilliant, actually, in doing that. You don't give him time to rationalize. He doesn't know. He might have thought he fell asleep. You have no idea. But you jump to, "I'm going to kill." That's a lesson I'm going to let bite you a little bit, because you can also come back to humanity based on how you do it. But
Sure.
It's not that you always have to check, but that's the rationale. And also, I think you had fun doing it. That was the goal and intent.
There's always a little bit. There's always a little bit of fun. Always.
To that end, fellas, we're going to bring this to a close here. From the gurney thing, we're obviously going to spend a lot more time here, is what I think is going on, right, as you're here. I offer you a chance, though, to maybe explain it. Maybe you're going to say, "We learned enough. Let's go back and report what we learned," or "We ain't done until we catch this mall living vampire." One or the other we're going to do here, and we're not certain yet. But I would remind you, what are you here for?
I just want to find out information about who would have been at the frickin' America, like Great America amusement park, besides the guy who's being blackmailed.
So let me ask a question then. You're in Gurney Mills. You're in the mall at Gurney. I told you you're in America. There's signs for it, and it goes, "It's after here." Not telling you you're wrong to be here, but I'm like, remember the scene and where you're at. So if you're here to do something, and it's your objective, and what I'm asking is, you want that person there? Is that what you want to do? Or is it, someone's there, you confirmed it, that's why you came out here? This may be your wormlord, by the way.
Yeah,
possible.
This might be him.
This could be the guy that took the video that we're after to begin with.
Yes.
Maybe.
I'd say we got... Yeah, I'd say we got enough to suspect that this might be the person that started this whole thing. And that we'll just have to report back and come back all together and work towards confronting that person.
I think he at least knows something. I think we need to talk to him to get more information. Whether we make that an entire coterie thing or not, I'll leave that up to Rod, I guess.
Here's what I'm saying. The reality is that you're going to tear through here looking for the person who obviously knows this mall better than you do.
Oh.
Yes.
Right? Think about that. I understand we think we're badasses and we could do that. I mean, you are. I'm not going to take that away from you. What you showcase with that description doesn't do service is somebody who can remain hidden, walking through this mall leisurely, hand-picking someone they chose for whatever purpose they needed. And then they disappeared. And the police aren't flooding in this mall. What could that mean? Right? I don't know if you know this. If you abduct a white kid anywhere, and it doesn't matter where, they deploy.
Yeah.
Right?
Every
what do you mean you saw
something? Within like a multi-mile radius gets a pop-up alert like, "Hey, this
at the very least, family members and whatnot are up here going, "Where the hell was this kid? It happened here. You were on camera. Where'd he go?" Right?
Right.
Where did you take him? And and it's not making this a huge race thing. I'm making a smart ass comment, actually. You know, that's what you always hear as the humor goes. But any child taken, you do get a pretty harsh response from the community that should be there. I don't mean harsh as it shouldn't have, as in it needs to be worse, right? You need the guns and the Navarone come for it. That didn't happen here at all. And in this kind of suburbanite heaven, shouldn't it?
Right.
It's a little weird. This means, because you have the benefit of being Sabat, someone clearly controls this and you saw them. That has to be him. What if it wasn't them? And if it is an Nosferatu, that can't be the only one. Am I right, Rot?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, all right, this might be something more. And interesting, to say the least. Now, either we make this the dagger we put on, or we put a pin in it as we're uncovering whose domain this is. And the next stop is this great America, or you could do that, Ramsey. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just trying to see where we're going to continue this.
I think we're gonna go back and report what we have.
All right. Now, very real thing. It is late for you guys where you're at. Getting back is under the wire. No way you guys will be hanging out at the club by the time they get back, right? That's just how things go. They wait till it closes and they're out there. It'll be 2, 3 in the morning before they're back there. Odds are you're safe and in your haven or attending the after party where you're going to be leaving 20 minutes to get to where you got to go, right? We're going to call game here. We will set all downtimes and scenes you would like to run, obviously beginning in 2 weeks. XP. Obviously, there's a lot here, but we're going to do something different. I like doing that. Of your aspirations, as you turn them in to see what we have and what we're pursuing, I undeniably know all of you did handle your base aspiration, right? That's what you wanted to do tonight, you accomplished, right? All across the board. It was entertaining, engaging. There was no stop points. People weren't frozen in the headlights, didn't know what to do. You damn well knew what to do, and you went at it. I love seeing that. That makes it to where you can get a lot more done, as you saw. But other than this, I also like to leave more open. Who would like to give XP to their peers? Feels that an outstanding job, is entertaining to watch, that sort of thing.
I'd like to give it to Slappy.
Okay. 4?
Well, the way he reacted to being challenged or not being involved in the rant that was going on at the Blue Velvet, his reaction to it, I really felt his character. It's like, hey, not everybody has to be there. I also really, this is my second session being able to be around this character, and I have a very strong impression of how he acts in and around the coterie.
I can dig it. Take 1 extra, Slappy. What about anybody else?
I wanted to give my nomination to DJ because Sully, as he serves like a really interesting part of the coterie, right? Like, though everything went smoothly tonight, and today was a great session, but Sully is like, he's the fixer, right? Like, he's making sure everybody's on track, everyone's doing what they're supposed to do. And when I was fully ready to go out there and fucking rock Warren or get rocked by Warren in that back alleyway. Like, I was ride or die, and Sully like, no, I got this. Like, I imagine like the sweaty like car salesman, like, I got it. Don't worry, Slappy. Like, and like, I love his character, and he does a great portrayal of it.
I agree. DJ.
I was going to say Ramsey, but the reason why is because there's times where I question, I'm like, what's going on here? But today, specifically, the 2 main things that captured my attention with Ramsey was the interaction where Ramsey's like, I'm going to go talk to Hernandez, and he's trying to teach him some sort of social etiquette. But Ramsey's got that blank look on his face, like you're trying to like teach a kid trigonomics, and it's not. God. And it's because he's a fucking harmonist, and it's one of the few times that he just forgets that this guy is not humane. So he's like, all right, we got to start from square one all over again. But the other scene that stuck with me the most as well was while everyone was handling their business downstairs, outside, whatever, and he was stuck with Ramsey, he had that moment to kind of just see if he could open up Ramsey to talk about why the Sabbat do what they do, specifically when it comes to feeding. And especially when Sully, as himself being the bastard he is, trying to flout, going like, see, you don't need to do all of this. All you need to do is just wait. be a vampire, take your time. And Ramsey is like, I don't get it. You just want, you take. And I was like,
it was very fun to listen to. I agree. That means you guys got 2 bonus because my XP obviously matter here too. Give me 1 to DJ because you did take the leadership role. I could see the stereotype of Ventrue rings with your character. It has to. You understand what's at stake, what's going on. You have to fulfill what your Primogen asked you to do because that becomes that's how you move up. That's where you're going to be. And instead of you being like, nah, you guys will do what I say and whatever and rely on that, you literally led from, this is logical. We got to do this. This is for us. And you let that charisma show. What was awesome is everybody could feed off that and then find their place in it. I like that direction, and having it constantly really does help people. We all got to get along, but someone has to guide the ship, right, and say where it's got to go. You also made room for everybody else. It's great that you had something you got to do, but that's also a characteristic trait we got to remember. Everyone has an ability to let them dictate what it is. And so in there, you noticed everybody had to leave you to go get something done, right? That's an indicator for an EST to sit back and go, okay, we're comfortable doing that, but that's because we all made roles where we do that, right? It's on a downgrade to anybody else. You doing your role allowed them to be their role. And that's what I love about it. So that's going to be a total of 4 you're getting tonight, right? Because that's the award for it. Your aspiration, the base being here, obviously you guys are entertaining, you're going to get that plus noms and extra. For Michelli, a lot of learning points with the Nosferatu. Here's a couple. I feel in the Nos scene where it was just you, the look on your face told me everything about the gravity of the situation, how you felt. I might get killed here. I might die here. I heard what Wineka said, and you had no attempt to lie whatsoever in that scene as you were like, look, it happened. I did it. You're right. I got nothing to say. But then, little jab of manipulation. It's like, hey, while we're on the roll, yeah, sure, we'll take care of that. Maybe there's some other stuff. And it was like, rah, rah, rah. And you were like, yeah, okay, yeah. All right, okay, the line. I saw it. Mm-hmm. We're cool. And then you were out, right? You're like, I tried. Can't blame a guy. And you moved on. Why I like that portrayal is because it fits your character, right? Your character's a grassroots survived a war before, and you just kind of felt, well, I don't know when I'm going to get back in the up and up. I might as well try. I was tickled by it. I see many a Nos who might fall out of the wayside of the clan do that. And here's a fact. A lot of people like to play Nos as the comedic lovable brood that you can, and the clan full of manipulators and liars, well, it happens and they're out. It's not how I interpret it. It's very hard to get into a Warren from an outsider, period. And you did that, right? You're in with them. However, once a betrayal happens, oh man, right? It's a very bad place to be in, but most players wouldn't try to get back with it. And you made that a driving goal. I don't mind revealing an aspiration. It's pretty obvious. And I think that's a step in the right direction, trying whatever it takes to do it. But I didn't miss the fact you're trying to deal with the Wormlord. I know why you manipulated Ramsey into going to Gurney and you didn't pull him out of there. I also know that as an ST, I stayed neutral, letting you know, well, you could find where he is. Is this worth it? We know where Great America is, and Gurney Mills Mall isn't it. It's definitely in the way, though. Are you sure? And you sat there with that grinning, just do. Hey, he could be in here. And he kept just like Wormlord Mark names to have me killed.
God
right?
damn you, Bob.
So I thought that was entertaining and good, and that's why you're going to get 4 tonight. For Ramsey, I think ultimately that hunter feel, I didn't have it in previous games, I'll be honest. It felt like we're trying to get that stick. We'll eventually get there and whatever, even down to the guard. Your nonchalant ability to play, I felt I had a vampire at the table that wasn't Brennan and was indeed a predator. Had a problem following this Nos and dude, these are just food. We're in the cattle yard. The small doesn't matter. And every minute more you were here, as he was kind of trumble, trying to figure it out, you were like, this isn't hard. Where is he? I could just see you keep looking at him. Is it here or is it here? And it pulled off well. I also do agree with DJ's assumption. That interaction was amazing too.
Thank you.
And I had down here to give you 5. I'm going to give you 4 too. I think that's the max limit there, despite the shine that I felt for it, because I always love it when people empowered to feel that role. For Slappy, man, my dude, I'm laughing because I think Bernogle's an asshole, and I'll tell you why. We walked by a clan meeting, and we call that ST bait. Obviously, there was a scene going on, and it's something happening in the city. It's in the backdrop, as I said. Your guys' story is a more important story, but there is a story. And I watched Bernogle use veteran role player skills to go, not my fucking business, and keep on walking. And I'm like, but your sire's there. Definitely not my business. Right? I'm out this, no problem. Let me tell my dude, my goals, Mr. Crabtree. I'm gonna say, we're doing this. This is what we're doing. It ain't none of me. They know me, know how, no big deal. Then he turned around and went back up. And I was chuckling because that scene was written to be, and I don't mind saying this now, that was a clan meeting that was supposed to happen, but you're very much correct in that you didn't get an invite to it. Well, for your connections, an obvious reason. Your sire's there under a different pretense. And I think we all know what that is. Someone's wearing Warren clothes, that being the surrogate. Right? I hope you guys definitely know.
Wait, that was this. No, I'm kidding.
Right? So that's what it was. Being there and planning it again, because I honestly like the fact that Warren's missing. Where is he? What could have happened? We don't know yet. We just know that here's this dude playing games. I do like how I had on there that you were getting, I'll admit, the goal here was surrogate to make an example of someone, and it was fitting. I thought it was going to be Slappy. Right? I literally wrote that out for that, and I was tickled. When you walked out and stepped in, I was like, even easier. Slappy would have been a struggle. At least that would have been fair. Now it's so, okay, great. I guess the surrogate wins again. Here it is. Let me write it out. You were like, bum, bum, bum. I'm like, wow, that's a trigger. Okay, let's see where that goes. And it did what it did. And I was like, it's kind of brilliant how it paid off. I like it overall. We were all here. We did well. And that's going to be 4 for you. You guys did fantastic. What I'm going to open up the option, though, is for several people to do a couple things. Number one, I think everyone but Brennan can look to increase their brawl. I advise you to. For Sullivan, it's a little different. You have so little experience in fighting that seeing that somebody would have blindsided you, being in an alleyway gives an advantage, the ambush potential, the positioning of holding an item and then holding it out of view to, again, dirty fighting and things like that. That's like at least worth that level 1 brawl to understand that this is what could happen to you. That potential's open. For Slappy, the whole reason is that your character several times has been in potential for combat and for that going on, and you're always calm, cool, and collective. And we have had a couple times with you being there. We can look towards improving upon that for your character in and of itself. I feel it's showcased enough. Your physicality isn't where you want that role play to be. Does that make sense? Like, you're known as the guy who plays the instrument to do whatever, but there are times you come across as that dominating force that Slappy wants to be. I feel if we're going to grow there, let's grow there, right? Let's be there. That way you can feel and be relaxed in it, and you've earned it. I shouldn't have to tell you, Rot, that we should all be able to take on a security guard.
Are you sure? I don't need to be told why I need it.
Not at all. Not at all. It's great. Etiquette. It's etiquette and brawl, and both of them opening that door without no questions asked, except for Sullivan, who's already fantastic at it. But who needs it? Ramsey. Absolutely.
Okay.
The nuances that are slipping past you are everything etiquette based, and I think it opens up a whole slew of things for you. But that's it. That's where we're going to end. Thank everybody for watching. You did. We're all good, and want to tune in next time for you guys. I'd look to see your submissions toward what you're looking for, and fantastic job. Thanks, guys.
Bye, folks.
Bye.